Hey everyone, Kirostyle here. Welcome back to the Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. We're finally on the last case, things are heating up, we still got a lot of mysteries left to solve. We got a few pieces of new information last time, but some of them answered some questions and some of them left us with more questions, so excited to get going. And before we begin, I was informed the other day, so remember how I kept saying that they were misspelling the word just desserts, because they were spelling the word dessert with only one S between the E's. So I was informed that actually that's correct. So despite its pronunciation of the word just desserts, the phrase itself is actually older than the word dessert with two S's. So the way it's phrased is the word just desserts. The word desserts in that case is actually a different noun version of the word of like edible desserts. So the word desserts, the old version of it, means the punishment that one deserves. And that older version of it is spelled using only one S between the two E's. And so it's spelled like desert, like the arid land desert, but it's pronounced like the sweet word dessert. So that was actually not a typo on their part. Which is kind of interesting because if you read the developer diaries about this game when they were translating it, they talk about how they tried to use period appropriate words, so Victorian English and Meiji era Japanese words. So you can kind of see that because some of the words they choose sometimes are a little bit uncommon in some of their speech. Like once in a while there'll be one word that pops up. They don't overuse it, but I'm sure you've seen it. And in fact, when they were writing the script for the original game, they asked people to go over the grammar and proofread it. And the proofreaders actually came back to the developers or the writers or whoever and said, hey, the grammar here is wrong or this word's used incorrectly. And then the writer had to go, oh, actually, back in Meiji era Japan, this is how people would have used this word or this is the grammar they would have used. So they actually had to do some research on that. So it's kind of neat. They tried to stick to that without going overboard. They wanted to be accessible so we could understand it when we were reading it. Because if they use too many words that we don't understand, it's just not going to make sense. But they did just enough to kind of make it feel like we're in the right setting. So I think that's pretty cool. So, but still, the word just desserts, the two times we've seen it so far, were not typos. However, I'm still pretty sure we've seen a few typos along the way. Like yesterday, there was the word seriousness or serious instead of series. I'm pretty sure that's a typo. There are a couple other times I think I saw it instead of if or whatever. But I mean, it's a big game. They probably had a smaller staff. They probably had to rush through some of it, so I don't blame them. Happens in all the Ace Attorney games. In fact, in the second Ace Attorney game, the very last case, if you get the bad ending, there's actually a typo, which completely ruins the mood, because I believe it says, like, the miracle never came, or something like that, but then they typoed it to, like, the miracle never come, or the miracle was never come, or something like that, which totally takes away from, like, the seriousness and the sadness of the bad ending, but they fixed it in the HD re-release of the original Ace Attorney trilogy, so it's not uncommon, and there are typos in some of the other games too, but they don't take away from the enjoyment of the game. I just thought it would be interesting to mention it since I did bring it up. Okay, let's get going. So the final case is called the Resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. And we kind of did all the investigation already because that was in the previous episode, the end of Twisted Karma and his last bow. So these two episodes are linked together like one big case, kind of like Turnabout for Tomorrow, like in Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. Kind of strange to hear the beginning of a case starting without narration from Watson for once. And the title card for this one is very plain, just a black background and cursive writing saying the resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. It kind of gives that like final end game feel to it, right? Even though it's plain otherwise. You can hear this court music is different too, right? Than usual. It's a bit more intense than the other ones we've heard. So, the time's finally come. Today, we unravel everything. I'll be counting on your support more than ever today, Miss Usato. Miss Usato? Ah! Ow. Oh no! What's the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Nothing? I was just saying I'd be relying on your support today, but... I'm so sorry, of course. I know I can be rather incompetent at times, but... I shan't let you down. Would you mind helping me to my feet, then? Oh dear, I'm really very sorry. Susato-san isn't her usual self at all. I mean, she's probably still thinking about all the things we found out at the ending of the last episode, right? We found out stuff about her dad, and then the revelation that maybe Iris's father might be not who we think it is. That's hardly surprising, I suppose. She's just found out that her father is a partner of a world-famous detective. Not to mention... Ah, good morning, sir. Lord Van Zeeks. Thank you for all your efforts yesterday. What? Did I hear that correctly? What? Oh, no, nothing. Just, I hope we can clear things up today. I really can't make this man out. His face says, I hate you, but his words are almost jovial today. In fact, he hasn't been very Reaper-like at all since this all began yesterday. Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper, Mr. Naruhodo. Good point. And the Reaper, I suppose in hindsight, I shouldn't have allowed that misconception to go unchallenged. Huh? It was my tacit acceptance of that pseudonym. My failure to stop the Reaper becoming something more than a mere legend that led to all this. But you're not to blame for that, Lord Van Zeeks. It's only because serious crime in the capital dropped off so sharply when the public started calling you that. That's why you didn't say anything, isn't it? To be frank, I'm not sure that was the sole reason. What do you mean? There was a rumor at the time that the Reaper was really the ghost of my late brother. And that having been slain by that evil killer, Clint's restless spirit returned as some sort of demigod to wield a deadly blade of justice where I, by dint of the law, could not. Yes, we've heard that story too. When I lost him, I felt as though I'd lost my guiding light. I didn't know where to go or what to do. And so, in some small way, I wonder if perhaps those rumors made me feel his absence a little less keenly. And even if I knew it was just an illusion, just some nonsense conjured up by an over-imaginative public. He was obviously extremely important to you, Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Well, what's important now is uncovering the truth. That's all that matters. I know that you didn't take anyone's life. And I intend to prove that, beyond a shadow of a doubt, in court today. I never thought I'd say this, but I can see it in your eyes, that burning desire to cut through all the lies and deception. I can't deny it any longer. You are a lawyer of absolute integrity. Well, thank you, Van Zeeks. Glad you noticed. Thank you. Now tell me, why do I detect the scent of expensive tea leaves in the air? Oh, Iris, when did you get here? Oh! Ah, I brought you some of my special blends. Hilly loves it. He says it helps him clear his head. I thank you. Oh, hee. That's surely the first and last time I'll ever see a sight like this. You seem different today, Iris. Oh? Sorta subdued, I suppose. I am not. What happened yesterday is obviously still playing on her mind a lot. She's clearly very troubled about having stolen that autopsy report from Dr. Seitz's laboratory. Alright then, good luck to you both. I have to make a move now. Oh, you're not staying. I thought you'd want to watch today's proceedings. Well, I like to cheer you on, obviously. But I've got lots to get ready. Get ready? For what? Oh yes. Will you take this? Isn't that one of the little felt dolls that's usually dangling from your knapsack? Yes, it's a lucky charm. A little Hurley I made once. Oh, it's cute. I pointed out before, but she has like a tiny little Herlock charm and an Iris charm dangling from her bag. And in the promotional art, you'll sometimes see a little mouse version of Ryunosuke and Susato as well. They're so cute. A Hurley? It looks more like a Hairly to me. If for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today, then just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can. Now come to think of it, it's kind of like my little frog dude, right? Like I have me, and then I have my frog. Pull his ears. That's right. It's a way to bring good luck. I think you might need it. You think? What we'll need is luck. I just sneaked a peek inside the courtroom. And it seemed very different to normal. Yes, it would seem that a certain someone has decided to pull out all the stops. What does that mean? What about Mr. Sholmes, Iris? I don't know. He was out all night and he hasn't come back home by the time I left this morning. Oh, I see. Was Professor Mikotoba out all night too, do you think, Mr. Sato? Yes, it would seem so. I telegrammed the hotel this morning. And apparently, they didn't come back to their rooms last night at all. They? Father? And Judge Jigoku, I mean. Judge Jigoku too? That's right. Nobody appears to have seen either of them since yesterday. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Please make your way inside the courtroom at once. Good luck then, Runo. Good luck, Susie. Yes, thanks, Iris. Does Van Zeeks not get a cute nickname from you? And you, Mr. Reaper. I hope it goes well. Okay, I guess that's his nickname. Once again, I thank you for the delicious tea. It was very soothing. Oh, I'm so glad. We must go inside now, Lord Van Zeeks. Lord Van Zeeks has always been the formidable prosecutor I've had to lock horns with in court. Not today. Today I battle with another in pursuit of the truth. My best friend, Kazuma Sogi, who I trust more than anyone else in the world. Now, I understand what it was that drew me here to Britain all those months ago. Now I know exactly what Density had in store for me. It's all been leading up to this one day, to this one trial, to this one final reckoning. Hey, welcome to the stream. Thanks for coming. It feels even more oppressive here than it did yesterday. Their cold stares pierced me like knives from all sides today. It's always hard to remember there's actually people in the gallery everywhere because all their shadows are faded out in the background there. Barely noticeable. I mean, the regular Ace Attorney games do that too, but at least the audience members back there have a little bit more presence, I feel. Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, look! The Lord Strongheart. Kazuma must have known beforehand. The ramifications of this trial now extend far beyond the murder of one Scotland Yard inspector. In fact, events have come to light that threaten to rock the very foundations of our country's legal system. The escape of a condemned criminal on the night of the execution, the subsequent unlawful shooting of the man, and the revelation that prison staff must have been complicit in the jailbreak. Britain is currently hosting influential members of the judiciary from countries all over the world. It is imperative that we uncover the truth in these proceedings to avoid international embarrassment. By royal decree, this will continue to be a closed trial. In one over which I, male Strongheart, exercise total and unequivocal authority. The 6 jurors' flames just... And as was the case in yesterday's proceedings, those here present in the public gallery are distinguished members of our judiciary, assembled to bear witness to a fair judicial process. In other words, a collection of your acolytes, Lord Strongheart. Hey, welcome to the stream. Thanks for coming. On the final case. And on a personal note, I find this most distressing, Lord Van Zeeks. You were a prosecutor of exceptional talent. Much like your brother, Clint, in fact. Oh, dang. The ring of his gavel has a much different feel to it than the other guy. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. Also, it's kind of sad to think about the regular generic English judge that we've seen so far. I think in the last episode, that's the last we see of him. He doesn't appear anymore, which is kind of sad because, I mean, he's a major character because he appears in every case, but all the judges in Ace Attorney are never, like, important enough characters to play a role or have enough personality beyond their deciding the proceedings. So, like, he's a main character, but he's not a main character, and he's not even here for the finale, which is, I mean, obviously no one really cares as the fan base, but I just think about these things sometime. For the trial of Baruch Van Zeeks, who officially stands accused of murder. All that music. Counsels for the prosecution and defense, are you in full readiness to proceed? The defense is ready, my lord. And as is the prosecution. Yesterday's proceedings brought to light a shocking and disturbing fact. There was a side to the victim, Inspector Tobias Gregson, that was unknown to his superiors at Scotland Yard. Yes, he was carrying out operations in secret, which Scotland Yard knew nothing about. And in those clandestine operations, he had an accomplice, Mr. Daily Vigil, who would be given the inspector's identification and present himself around the capital in order to establish credible alibis for Gregson. In that way, Gregson appeared to be carrying out his regular Scotland Yard work when in fact he wasn't. At the end of yesterday's session, Mr. Vigil, who had been suffering from amnesia, regained his memory. It would appear he buried his memories of the time deep inside himself as a means of self-preservation. Because whilst he was engaged as a chief warder at Barclay Prison, he abetted the convicts' escape. Mr. Vigil is currently recuperating at St. Sinners. He's recovered enough to give a signed statement about his movements on the day prior to the incident. He's formally admitted to posing as Gregson whilst investigating the Red-Headed League. Which brings us to the crucial issue of the victim's time of death. The defense yesterday proposed a suggestion that the victim may have been killed 1 day earlier. This was based largely on the discovery that the victim's pocket watch had not been wound. The prosecution has something to report on that subject, my lord. Really? Go ahead, Prosecutor Asogi. I met once again with the coroner yesterday to discuss the issue. She confirmed the defense's suggestion could not be ruled out. It's entirely possible that Inspector Gregson was killed on 31st October, the day before his body was discovered. I have here an updated autopsy report that includes the amended details. But the official opinion of the investigation team was made clear yesterday that the time of death was 5 p.m. on 1st November. There are indications of an attempt to disguise the real time of death, however. It seems the natural decaying process of the victim's body may have been slowed by keeping it chilled. That's out of the question. There are no refrigeration devices in that part of London large enough to accommodate a human corpse. My lord, this is more than just conjecture. There's evidence to support the idea. You must investigate it thoroughly. Very well. The court will accept the new report as evidence. However, if this updated report is deemed to be accurate, it would give renewed significance to the movements of the victim on the day before the Fresno Street incident. It would, yes, especially since on that day, Inspector Gregson was using Mr. Vigil to cover up his real movements. It's conceivable that he was killed in the course of his secret activities. Do I sense that the prosecution has some information regarding those activities? Scotland Yard put an enormous effort into investigating that precise matter yesterday. And I think we should begin by presenting the results of that investigation work. So the prosecution calls its first witness now. I appreciate all the jokes in the chat there, thank you. Gotta keep things interesting. State your name and occupation for the court. Inspector Gina Lestrade reporting, representative of Scotland Yard. A self-conferred rank, but never mind. Gina? Again? What's your problem, Otto? What's with that Gina again? Look, eh? Ah. The boss meant the world to me. He done more for me than anyone else ever did. Oh, Inspector Gregson, you mean? He got me out the back slums of the East End and took me under his wing. Taught me that life can have a purpose. So that's why I'm the best person to be standing here, speaking for him. Oh, Gina. Right. All the goodness of Gregson's heart. Not that he had his arm twisted by Mr. Sholmes. No. What's relevant to these proceedings is that the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations yesterday has revealed that the victim was carrying out some assignment the police knew nothing about. Very troubling. That face, what Strongheart knew. So, Inspector Lestrade, let's hear exactly what it says in the report. Coming right up, sir. All Yard detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told. But a little search of the boss's office turned up a notebook that had a lot of secret meetings in it. According to that, the boss was looking into some smuggled goods dealings that day. Looks like it was a big job and all, but the coppers weren't onto it yet. What matters is, this witnesses what saw the Reaper at the place too. Smuggled goods? I don't know, do I? I'm just telling you what was written in the book. Tobacco, tea, spices, medicines. Goods of all sorts flow into London by illegal channels from across the globe. It's well known that they're disposed of at regular black markets that take place in the capital. But the police are rarely able to hold them in time, to locate them in time. So Inspector Gregson was investigating one of those black markets. It's been suggested that high-ranking government officials may be involved in black market activity. No doubt Gregson was trying to avoid details of his investigations being leaked to the involved parties. And that would explain why he was operating on his own authority without the Yard's knowledge. And do we know where the dealings were taking place at the time? In a particular room of a certain exclusive London gentleman's club. And on the day in question, the accused is known to have been there. That's the conclusion of Scotland Yard's investigation into the matter. That can't be! We haven't heard anything about any of this. Members of the club have testified to it. There's no question. The accused, Baroque Van Zieks, was present. And that would be very significant testimony then. Oh my, but... Lord Van Zieks has made no mention of this at all. In short, Lord Van Zieks had ample opportunity to murder the victim. Very well then, counsel for the defense. Begin your cross-examination. Hold it! So, you follow orders, do you, Gina? Nah, not me. I'm above all that, see? Oh. The boss always had special orders for me. Grab us some fish and chips, or go and give Toby his grub. That kind of thing. So, errands, more than orders then. This detective is still an apprentice after all. Yeah, well, this apprentice ain't want to sit around wait to be told what to do, even by the boss. That's what I've been doing my own investigations into what happened. I didn't find much at first. Hold it! So you went through Inspector Gregson's things? Yup, as part of the independent illustrated investigation. I'm sure your superiors would be delighted that you're taking the initiative. So I snuck into his office when no one was about. Because if anyone in the yard had seen me going in there, they'd turf me straight out on the street. This is sounding less and less like an investigation and more like something else. The prosecution understands that it was this very detective who discovered the notebook. You got that right. Nothing gets past Inspector Lestrade and trusty assistant, Chief Inspector Toby. Found it in one of his desk drawers and that had a false bottom. That's impressive. So then, I went to hide myself when no one would find me so I could have butchers at what was written in it. Because if anyone at the yard had found me out, they'd have turfed me straight on the street. Ha. I've given it in now, haven't I? And if it were me, it wouldn't have never been found. Hold it! Do you have any idea where those dealings were taking place? Yup. It was all there in the boss's notes. Let's see if I can remember. As I already said, the illegal dealings were due to take place at the Gentleman's Club. Yes, I remember, but I was hoping to find out the name of the club. That won't be necessary. What? It's conceivable that the club might be used again by the smugglers in the future. Therefore, the prosecution has been asked not to reveal the name in these proceedings. I don't know what the fuss is all about. It's right here. And all I got to do is read it out loud. And I could too. I've got this reading game buttoned up now. Can't I show you what I can do? Go on, what's the arm? The judge hasn't signaled his objection yet. I could try to find out. What should I do? Insist. This is a closed court. The proceedings are confidential. There shouldn't be any possibility of the information being leaked. As I explained, there is some possibility of politicians being involved in this affair. The prosecution is rightfully exercising caution, I imagine. No, my lord. Prosecution has no objection. Kazuma? There's no question that Inspector Gregson was looking into these black market dealings. However, it's not yet been established that he was on that particular trail on the day in question. If the defense requires to know the club's name, the prosecution has no intention of being obstructive. Right then. I get to show off me reading skills. Apparently, the smuggled goods deal was gonna happen at the gentleman's club called the Grouse. Hold it! The Grouse? What sort of a club is that? I ain't got the foggiest. Clubs ain't exactly my thing. But I am kinda curious. They're not places where foreign students like you would be readily admitted. Have you looked in the mirror recently? I tell you what, me and Chief Inspector Toby can go in undercover. Could you, though? I could pick out a few good marks and see what else I could find out when I was there. I really don't think you should go picking out anything. Anyway, that's where these black market dealings were going to take place, is it? Yeah, it's got to be. That's what the lower ranking detectives at the yard reckon. It says the even lower ranking detective. Kazuma's a big nerd. I mean, he was a better student than Ryunosuke. Hold it! He is a bit more by the books. So how had Inspector Gregson come to find out about it in that case? That's the question, ain't it? But I'm just an apprentice, so... And why didn't he inform Scotland Yard of his findings? Yeah, that's what I was asking myself. Cause, you know, I'm just an apprentice. When it suits you, yes. Anyway, the point is, something went on at the club, no question. You can't say that for certain though, surely. Hold it! Lord Van Zeeks was at the club. He was. Detectives who visited the club yesterday to make inquiries have confirmed it. Several members report having seen the accused being admitted to the room in question as a guest. It looks like there's no disputing he was there then. Well, we know that Lord Van Zieks was investigating Inspector Gregson, don't we? Perhaps he already discovered the Inspector's secret notebook. Which led him to the club, you mean? Maybe. Presumably then, there are also eyewitnesses who can testify that Gregson was there. None have been identified at this time, no. So the all-important victim wasn't seen at this mysterious club. Boy, why aren't you asking Inspector Lestrade here, eh? So that's all I got to work with. Gina's not holding back with that ice-cold stare of hers, is she? I really don't know what to make of all this. Lord Van Zieks told us he was investigating Inspector Gregson, but he never once mentioned that he met the Inspector the day before the incident. You don't think Lord Van Zieks could have been lying to us, do you? That's not the only way to explain it. Oh, if everything Lord Van Zieks has told us is true, there must be a mistake in his testimony somewhere. You mean, there are details we've yet to uncover? Exactly. Clue, perhaps, that even Gina hasn't noticed. That's what we should be looking for here. Don't I have something that talks about the grouse? Wait, it's not this. I could have sworn it was on here, wasn't it? There was a ticket, didn't he? Oh no, I think that was just a passport, right? Is it? Is it the passport? I want to say it is, but...
Objection!
Nope. My lord, as counsel for the defense, I must object to that last statement. And as the judge, I must deny your objection. There is no contradiction here. Oh. No contradiction, other than the fact a Far Eastern lawyer is practicing in a British courtroom. Ah. But there by not so far away Lord Justice, if you remember. It has to be this statement, because I made her say it. Oh, wait a second. This is what I'm looking for, right? No, this is a blackbird. No, this is it, yeah. That's the same... Yeah, okay, that's why I got confused, because this is the ticket that Mikotoba and Seishiro brought with them, not the one that Gregson had. Oops.
Objection!
There we go. I've read about these clubs that exist here in Britain. As I understand it, they're places where well-to-do gentlemen socialize with friends and colleagues. Don't imagine for a second that a foreign student like you would be admitted. Oh, you're saying that so smugly. Look at his face. Seriously? Is your mirror cracked or something? Do we know for sure that the contraband dealings were definitely happening at the club called the Grouse? The police are currently searching for evidence, but haven't found anything definitive yet. And I'm sorry to say, they probably won't. What do you mean by that? I mean, the place Inspector Gregson was secretly going to visit on 31st October may not have been a gentleman's club at all. You're showing very irreverent attitude towards our country's police force there, Counsel. If it once was a gentleman's club, then what was it? A steamship. You think it's a ship? I have the evidence to prove it. Here. Ah, hear that objection theme. Let me see that. This dark-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy. The other side, my lord. Be more specific next time. Ah, this would appear to be a ticket for passage upon a steamship, yes. Oh man, I love Ryunosuke's objection theme, it's so good. The SS Grouse.
Objection!
So there's a steamship named the Grouse, that happens to share a name with the club. But I'm afraid to say, there's a flaw in your logic there. How? Catch you later, thanks for coming to the stream. Look at that ticket. Notice the date of arrival in port. The ship arrived in the port of Dover on 1st November. Ah. The day on which the sound like a gunshot was heard on Fresno Street. In other words, on the day in question here, 31st October, when the victim was on his clandestine mission. That ship hadn't docked yet on British shores. That will certainly make an undercover investigation somewhat challenging.
Objection!
The fact that the steamship hadn't yet reached Britain substantiates the defense's assertion the victim was investigating the SS Grouse on the day in question. Then show your evidence for that assertion. Very well. Huh? In that case, counsel for the defense, present your evidence to the court now. Evidence that substantiates your claim the victim was investigating the SS Grouse on 31st October.
Take that!
Now I need the passport. What's this? A passport for travel issued to the victim. Dated 31st October. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that just one day before the inspector's body was discovered, there's a distinct possibility he wasn't even in the country. Ugh! Order! Order! This document is for passage to France. It does appear to be officially authorized. The day before the SS Grouse arrived in Dover, it docked on the northern coast of France for a night. According to my father, who was on board, at the port of Dunkirk. Dunkirk, France. What could possibly have taken the victim there? Ha 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 ha! I'm impressed, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I certainly didn't expect you to get your hands on that passport. What? You mean you knew about this? And the prosecution's strategy for this trial has been laid down by the Crown Prosecution Office. On the day before the incident, the victim was investigating contraband dealings at a London club. That's the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations and the line the prosecution has been asked to follow. But personally, I don't agree. I think the prosecutor's office is trying to hide something. What? Yeah, because they said they saw Van Zeeks there at the Gentleman's Club when that couldn't possibly be true. So now you've expertly disproven their assertion. I intend to reveal what I believe that's something to be. So, in a way, having Kazuma on the prosecution side works kind of for us in ways of getting to the truth. What are you playing at, Prosecutor Asogi? The courtroom is a forum for the truth, my lord. Which is why it's my duty to present all the facts without exception. Let me guess, this was your intention from the outset, wasn't it? The reason Inspector Gregson secretly made his way to the steamship docked in France on the day in question was to carry out a mission for the Reaper. Huh? The Reaper? Order! Order! What on earth are you saying, Counsel? The prosecution made an assertion in court yesterday. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. as I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. But in reality, the truth is the opposite of that. What? Inspector Gregson wasn't investigating the Reaper at all. He was in fact acting for the Reaper. So, you're saying the mission he was undertaking was, obviously, an assassination. Huh? Baroque Van Zieks never carried out any of the actual killings. Whenever the Reaper's victims lost their lives, he always had a cast iron alibi, which tells us that he must have had an accomplice. And you claim that was Inspector Gregson. What the hell you think you're saying, eh? My boss would never have done nothing like that. And yet, when you consider all the facts, it all makes perfect sense. No, it can't be. We also arrived at the same conclusion, didn't we? That Inspector Gregson was operating as a Reaper. Even so, there's no way the person giving him his orders was Lord Van Zieks. No, the true Reaper is somebody else. Baroque Van Zieks is not the Reaper. A predictable response from someone who's advocating for the man. And even if it's true that Gregson was operating as an agent of the Reaper, the suggestion that he went aboard the SS Grouse on an assassination mission doesn't follow at all. Oh? You have a solid reason for doubting the assertion, do you, Counsel? Absolutely. It's very simple. On the day in question, nobody was killed aboard that steamship. Professor Mikotoba and Judge Jigoku were on that very ship. If someone had been assassinated, I'm certain we would have heard about it. What's so funny? You're right, of course. No suspicious deaths were reported on board that ship. But I think, perhaps, you've missed the point. That's precisely why Inspector Gregson himself lost his life. What? Gregson did board the SS Grouse that night, with the intention of dispatching his mark. But his mission ended in failure. Failure? It seems that the defense hasn't yet grasped a very important detail here. What are you talking about? What detail? Inspector Gina Lestrade. Eh? What? The victim's notebook that you read an excerpt from earlier, that doesn't contain details of secret investigations at all. It describes 10 years of assassination plots to be carried out by the Reaper of the Bailey. You're lying! Even if all them bludgers were taking them out in catacomb. The boss weren't the Reaper. Poor Gina. There's no question that Tobias Gregson was heavily involved in the Reaper's activities. You may just be an apprentice, but if you spent any time in Scotland Yard, you must have heard rumors. I ain't heard nothing, and I don't believe a word of it. Then testify again, as a representative of Scotland Yard. Consider it your chance to defend your boss. I don't... I concur. The witness will give a new formal testimony. Miss Lestrade, you will tell the court everything you know about Inspector Gregson's secret notebook. Yeah, this notebook does have a lot of stuff about what the Reaper got up to in the past 10 years. Names of victims, dates and places and stuff. And the last entry in there was 31st October. It said grouse for the place on that date, and then the name of the mark. There was a note about him being a criminal what got away from the Reaper in court 10 years ago or something. But honest, the boss didn't do none of it. He was just investigating the Reaper, that's all. Aw, poor Gina. Keep personal opinion out of your testimony, witness. We require only established fact here. This must be so hard for her. You can't deny it now, surely, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What can't I deny? The notebook contained the name of the final mark, and the location where the assassination would take place. That's information that the victim could only have known He was working with the Reaper. Ah! So, who was to be this final mark? Go ahead, Inspector Lestrade. Read the name for the court. The name that's written alongside the entry that mentions the grouse on 31st October. How'd you read this then? Reading's still not her strong suit. That ain't the problem, alright, Otto? It's a funny name. It ain't English, it's hard to read. So it's someone from overseas. Let me have a bash at it. Seishiro, is it? Yeah, Seishiro. Jigoku, maybe? What? It can't be. Seishiro Jigoku? But that's Judge Jigoku. Seishiro Jigoku, certainly not an English name, you're right.
Objection!
But that can't be right. I know Judge Jigoku, and I saw him the day before yesterday, here in London. So I know for a fact the man hasn't been assassinated. As I said, the Reaper failed. Oh. Gregson missed his chance to kill his mark and return to British shores. But the Reaper wouldn't tolerate the mistake, so he killed the inspector. Personally. The Reaper, of course, being the accused, Baroque Van Zieks. And that's an undeniably logical argument. Kazuma, you planned for the child to go this way all along, didn't you?
Hold it!
Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollow chalice, whilst I stand accused of murder. The Lord Van Zieks! The accused has no right to speak uninvited in court. You return to the dock. I say nothing of whether or not I'm the Reaper. That's the task of this court to decide. But there is one thing I can say unequivocally. That girl is no detective. What? No, that's right, I ain't. I'm an inspector. Repeating rumors heard around the yard, reading entries from a notebook of unconfirmed origin. That's not testimony, it's practically a script. No doubt the rest of this trial will go exactly as you've clearly planned. Your hatred of me is understandable. In your mind, I'm sure, I am the Reaper, who sent your father to the gallows all those years ago. But you're in danger of becoming a far more sinister Reaper yourself, by attempting to have me condemned with this feeble excuse for testimony. What did you say? Mr. Naruhodo, this is our chance! My lord, the defense requests the defendant be allowed to speak. He may be privy to important information relating to testimony just given by the witness. Very well, I'll make an exception and grant the request. The defendants may remain in the witness stand for the cross-examination. Then allow me a toast to the court's impartiality. He poured himself another one? Don't raise your glass in my direction, sir. Counsel for the defense. Begin the cross-examination immediately. At once, my lord. Yeah, this notebook does have a lot of stuff about what the Reaper got up to these past 10 years. Oh, this is the same testimony. Okay, so I'm guessing I need to press her, and then Van Zieks is going to react. I feel like it's got to be this last statement.
Hold it!
So you have complete faith that Inspector Gregson is innocent in all this? Of course I do. I mean, I owe him that, don't I? Because he's the only one with faith in me. Gina. The boss promised me he did. He promised me that even though I was just a diver, he could turn me into a top-notch detective. cove with a good heart like that ain't gonna go rob people of their futures, is he? Every single person killed by the Reaper was a criminal of the First Order. Lowlifes like that have no compunction about robbing hundreds of others of their futures. Yeah? Their ludicrous acquittals in court gave them the freedom to make hundreds more suffer. I don't... So what? You justify your actions because you are protecting innocent people's futures. I'm not suggesting that the Reaper's methods are justified at all. Life isn't black and white. That's all I'm saying. So that's what we have to work with. It may help us that Lord Van Zieks is in the stand too. Yes, perhaps. I'm sure Gia knows nothing she hasn't already told us. There's no point in trying to get more information out of her. Did you notice how Kazuma-sama reacted to Lord Van Zieks' words? When he called him an even more sinister Reaper, you mean? Well, I'm sure Kazuma intends to eliminate any shred of doubt that the man is guilty. He's looking for revenge against the person he considers to be his father's killer, after all. I do worry that if we fail to find discrepancy in his testimony somewhere, the trial may end and abdication won't be in our favor. Let's listen carefully again to what everybody's saying. Okay, let's press her again from the beginning then. Wait, these are different. In other words, it shows that Gregson was basically acting as the Reaper. Not you and all. That ain't only exception, is it? Or explanation, is it? He could have been investigating the Reaper in secret, and that notebook said what he found out. If I may, when originally people began referring to me as the Reaper, I didn't object. I believe the power to intimidate London's criminal classes into compliance with the law to be beneficial. But you carried out your own investigations of the true identity of the Reaper, didn't you? Yes, and those investigations proved conclusively that Gregson was one arm of the Reaper. One arm? What are you on about? The Reaper's victims were all extremely shrewd criminals at the top of their game. There's simply no way one person could have taken them on alone. The Reaper is an organization. With you at its head, I had spies at the yard keeping me abreast of Gregson's movements, letting me know when he was elsewhere. So I've been able to check the most recent entry in his book. I knew the location. You knew it said grouse? Believing it to be a reference to the Gentleman's Club, I went there on the day in question to investigate. Alone. Ah, so that explains why several members of the club claimed to have seen you there. But of course, the inspector was not there. Because at the time, he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. Very well then. Back to your testimony about the contents of this notebook. Fine. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? You seemed a little shocked by something a moment ago. Oh, no, it's alright. I'm overthinking this, aren't I? Kazuma couldn't possibly have known the passport was in that chest. That's what Yurinosuke is thinking right now.
Hold it!
Names of victims, dates, places and stuff. What in particular? Hey, welcome back to the stream. Well, beside the victims' names, this other name kept cropping up. What other name was that? It's the one I told you yesterday. The same name, written over and over again. You mean... Asashin? Yeah, that's the one. She's a friend of yours or some man, isn't she? Were you even listening yesterday? Asashin. The assassin. What? Like, a killer, you mean? Gregson was the tactician, the one who came up with the plan of attack. He investigated the marks thoroughly, finding out when they would be vulnerable and who to use to get at them. But the person actually executing his plans was someone else, you're saying. If that's true, then the Reaper does indeed start to sound like an organized group of vigilantes. Ah! Now then perhaps what is said on the passport document. Permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel. Could that additional person have been... Clearly, the assassin. who was meant to take Seishiro Jigoku's life. Gina, he confirmed that, against the final entry that listed Grouse and Seishiro Jigoku. What name was written? Oh, well, that's the only entry that didn't have a name next to it, as it happens. What? It just had like a question mark or something there, I think. In other words, Gregson himself didn't know the identity of the assassin in that case. But, Gregson was the one making the plans, was he not? Oh, how infuriating. A nameless assassin.
Hold it!
And you're saying that the mark listed was Seishiro Jigoku? That's what it said! Funny name, if you ask me. And I thought your name was odd. So pleased to have lost my crown there. Mr. Jigoku is the presiding judge of Japan's Supreme Court of Judicature. I remember that man. He came to our country as a visiting student 16 years ago, studying international law and diplomacy under your tutelage, Lord Strongheart. That bearded young fellow was a very able man, I must say. So, Lord Strongheart was Judge Jigoku's mentor. If I'm not mistaken, he returned to Japan 10 years ago now. 10 years ago? After that fateful case? Precisely. In the aftermath of the professor case, his repatriation was organized immediately. It's a mystery why such a man would be listed in the inspector's notebook. I didn't think it was possible, but the mood in here's got even worse now. Maybe I'll just keep talking.
Hold it!
What do you mean, a criminal? Judge Jigoku's no criminal. Well, don't ask me, I know nothing about it. Oh, do you remember what Father told us? That Judge Jigoku did once appear in court here in Britain. It was related to the professor case, I'm sure. Yes, of course, you're right. Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and actually managed to break the witness stand. He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. It was a pitiful situation, yes. I've forgotten all about it, but I prosecuted that trial too, as it happens. You did? It was considered to be an adjunct to the professor proceedings, you see. But he was acquitted after being told to make reparation for the damage caused to his stand. And there you have it. Have what? Surely, the accused hasn't forgotten his own rule. That there's no saving anyone who faces a Reaper in court, guilty or innocent alike. What? No! Are you suggesting that the reason Judge Jigoku was targeted for assassination? The man was sent back to Japan immediately after that trial. The Reaper had no time to do his work. But then, 10 years later, the mark returns to Britain once more. Perhaps now you start to see just how vindicative the Reaper is. Or vindictive. Come on, that's absurd. To take someone's life for that. Isn't the whole premise of the Reaper absurd? Killing those who have been found innocent. Clearly, the rules by which the man operates are beyond a sane person's comprehension. But... Right! I've had just enough about this. Vina. And all this nonsense about the boss planning to kill people, it's cobblers. Come on, Otto. Yes? Why ain't you saying nothing? Why ain't you yelling out objection or something? What? You've got to find a flaw. You do usually. Someone's lying here, no question. You gotta work out who it is. Please. For the boss. That outburst was an insult to the court and to your own testimony. I might have known that a common pickpocket from the back slums couldn't make a detective. When this trial's over, you will forfeit your warrant card, Miss Lestrade. Is that clear? Oh, poor Gina, no! I've had it with the lot of you! It lies every bleeding place you look at the world in it. Well, I had enough. Gina? So have I. After that little speech of Gina's, I've made up my mind. To do what, Mr. Naruhodo? There was one point in this cross-examination when something that was said just didn't sit right with me. One statement that seemed odd. Oh, do you mean... I'm not going to let Gina's plea for help fall on deaf ears. Wait, do I press her on this to get it? I want to thank you, Gina. You helped me find my resolve. Eh? What do you mean? Amongst everything we've heard during this cross-examination, there's one thing that defies explanation. One inconsistency. What? An inconsistency? Really, Otto? I don't quite know what it means yet, but... yes, there's an inconsistency in something that was said by... there's so many people in this case. By you, Kazuma Sogi. Me? Is this some attempt at filibustering, Counsel? Prosecutor Sogi has given no testimony. What are you suggesting I said that was inconsistent? You let something slip that you shouldn't have. When I present the relevant piece of evidence, I imagine you'll realize what you've done. Very well then, Counsel, go ahead. What evidence reveals this alleged inconsistency in something Prosecutor Sogi has said? Well, it's because of the trunk, right? But do I present the passport or do I present the trunk? It must be the trunk.
Take that!
This is a trunk that belonged to Inspector Gregson. A metal construction, is it? It's certainly very heavy. What's this? A blood stain, and a relatively fresh one too. What? You mean that ain't grease from all the boss's fish and chips? Fresh blood on the inspector's trunk. That suggests that the victim was traveling with that luggage when he was killed. That can't be. There was no mention of any trunk in Scotland Yard's report. Yes, there's a reason for that. Immediately after the inspector's body was discovered, one of the street peddlers made off with the trunk, hoping to sell it. But I found it! Me, with me nose for trouble. Which means that nobody should have known anything about the trunk. Unless, of course, we're talking about somebody who was present when the victim was killed. Hey, welcome to the stream, thanks for coming. And yet, during the cross-examination of the witness just now, you said this, Kazuma. Because at the time, he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. So the question is, how did you know about the inspector's trunk? We know the man went on a trip to France. Where else would he have put his passport? Tag yourself, you're the street peddler? So you mean you're... this guy? Where is he? Sandwich, the street peddler?
Objection!
But you knew it was a metal trunk. Answer me honestly, Kazuma. On 31st October, where exactly were you? At the port of Dunkirk, on board the SS Grouse. Is that the answer you're looking for, Ryunosuke? Kazuma, what did you... I hadn't considered the possibility before, but... if Kazuma was there on the ship, then... it could only have been for one purpose. Oh no, Mr. Naruhodo, surely you don't think... Ha ha ha! Come on, Ryunosuke, you know the rules. The only thing that really talks in the courtroom is hard evidence. As I understand it, Inspector Gregson always took that case with him when he traveled. So, as it stands, you've proved nothing. Kazuma, are you challenging me to prove it, beyond all reasonable doubt, that you were the one there that day, the same place as the inspector? He was there, with Gregson. There's a clue you've overlooked. A secret the trunk could tell us. I can't be sure at this point. I'll need to verify it. But I have a nasty feeling that I'm going to be right. The accusation being made is deeply disturbing, but nevertheless, we must test it. The defense will identify for the court where in the trunk this alleged clue is to be found. Where is the evidence that ties Prosecutor Sogi to Inspector Gregson? Let's have a look inside.
Got it!
There's a small piece of metal lodged in the wall of the trunk here. Like the tip of a blade. A blade? Kazuma, slung around your waist as ever today, is the esteemed blade Karma. Of course it is. Won't you draw it? Here in this courtroom. For all to see. And exercise caution, my learned friend. That man is the son of London's most notorious killer. Bailiff, watch Prosecutor Sogi like a hawk. That won't be necessary. Oh no! The tip is broken. If the fragment of metal from the trunk fits together with the end of the sword, the question of who was there when Inspector Gregson will be answered. Agreed. Kazuma Sogi? Expertly done, Ryunosuke. And that's a point to you and well deserved. Do you mean to tell the court, Prosecutor Sogi? Yes, on 31st October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. So the additional person authorized to travel was me. And the mission was the assassination of the Mark. What? You mean you're the killer whose name was omitted from this notebook? You were following the Reaper's orders to dispatch Judge Jigoku. Let me make one thing perfectly clear. I have killed no one. Explain. I accepted the assassination mission, yes, and I accompanied Gregson to Dunkirk, but I never had any intention of carrying out the plan. You were never going to do it. We can believe Kazuma-sama, I'm sure. After all, Judge Jigoku arrived safely in London the following day. On the 31st, I boarded a train from London with Inspector Gregson. We traveled to Dover, from where we crossed the channel to Dunkirk. Then we boarded the SS Grouse and made for cabin deck, as indicated in the plan. You went to Judge Jigoku's cabin? Exactly. He wasn't there, though. We decided to wait, but you've already told us you had no intention of going through with it anyway. I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town, and returned to England the following morning. A boarding house? In Dunkirk? My signature will be in the register book. It'll be simple enough to verify. Then, what became of Jigoku? Gregson was no assassin, so the mark was spared. I'm sure it's easy enough to imagine what happened after that. Gregson returned to England as well, having failed to complete the mission. He met with the Reaper in the room on Fresno Street to report the failure, causing the infuriated mastermind to pull the trigger and end his wretched agent's life. That's the real truth behind Inspector Gregson's murder.
Objection!
But if you did nothing as you claim, how did the tip of your sword come to be lodged in the inspector's trunk? I don't need to answer that. The victim was killed by a gunshot. A small fragment of a Japanese blade isn't relevant to the case. And accordingly, oops, I choose to exercise my right to silence on that matter. Be that as it may, the court will sequester the sword as evidence. As you wish, my lord. We must take immediate action now to verify whether Seishiro Jigoku remains unharmed. Let's have a quick look at the sword too. Karma, the great blade. It's such a thing of beauty I wanted to gaze on it for hours. The tip of the great sword broken. It's such a shame. It's been so meticulously cared for over the years. I can almost hear Karma's sobs. Kazuma must have really taken a swing for that to happen. What? Well, remains unharmed? I agree. That should be our first priority. It's recently come to my attention that he hasn't been seen since yesterday. How did you... When a foreign dignitary invited to Britain goes missing for 24 hours. It's only natural the question of his safety should arise. You don't mean to say that you think Jigoku may have been killed? The Reaper has more than one assassin at his disposal, and he has the power and influence to give orders from the inside of a prison cell. Isn't that right, Lord Baroque Van Zeeks? If I were truly the Reaper, I'd be able to tell you. I see he poured himself another glass of wine. Order! Order in the court! Order! We will take an emergency recess for 30 minutes. Now, guests of the symposium have been told to maintain regular contact with the organizer's office. If the man can't be located within half an hour, we will have to assume the worst. Oh no, not Judge Jigoku. No one would want to kill a harmless Japanese man who just arrived in the country. Except, that is, for the Reaper, wanting to finish off a mark that slipped through the net 10 years ago. I should have to agree. Mr. Naruhodo, for the defense's sake. My lord. I sincerely hope we are successful. If we're unable to confirm Mr. Jigoku's healthy existence in the next 30 minutes, you will face grave difficulties. Ah, why just me? That's not fair. Court is adjourned for 30 minutes. Kazuma-sama, the Reaper's assassin. I feel as though I'm in a nightmare. I could hardly believe either. On the other hand, Kazuma isn't in the habit of making up stories. Kind of weird to think about if he's an assassin, then what happened to him in episode 2 of the first game? Getting knocked over and knocked unconscious by something so undeliberate is a little embarrassing. But then again, that's how Giselle Brett met her end too, right? By a regular person, really. I have such a terrible sense of foreboding. If something awful has happened to Judge Jigoku, then I feel as though things will only spiral further and further out of control. I felt it for the moment I stepped into the courthouse this morning. That strange sensation that we were curing towards a foregone conclusion. Well, in the worst case, we might only have 30 minutes left. Unfortunately, though, I don't think there's anything we could do but wait. We're out of options. Actually, there may be one last thing we can play. Or rather, one last ear. Of course! This little Mr. Sholmes doll that Iris gave us. If for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today, then just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can. Perhaps now is the time. What should I do? Pull Harley's ears or not? Here goes then. I'm gonna do it. Good luck, Mr. Naruhodo. No looking back. Yeah. Ah! That scream! Sounded like Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes? Where are you? Here, my dear fellow, here! It's the felt doll talking. Pull the ears again, Mr. Naruhodo, as hard as you can. Alright then, I'll put all my strength into it. Ah! Ow! Please, my dear fellows, you don't need to pull my ear off. Mr. Sholmes, where are you? Oh, that's cute, he has an iris doll. Myself and my trusty partner are presently in the first-class cabin area of the SS Grouse. The SS Grouse? She left Dover last night after the final pieces of cargo were loaded. We are currently docked at Dunkirk, but due to be underway again in half an hour. You've taken a ship to France. Please, even with my athletic prowess, I would struggle to jump the Straits of Dover. After we left Baker Street last night, we hurried by cab to the station and by train to the port. And in order to board this vessel in time. So, you mean you've already worked it out? The steamship was where everything already took place. Mr. Naruhodo, pray, what is my name? Herlock Sholmes, world-famous great detective. Recited to perfection, well done. You're a genius, Mr. Sholmes, that's the only way forward for it. Ow, 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 ow! Miss Susato, gently with the genius's ear, please. Oh my, I'm ever so sorry. If I may, Sholmes. Ah, there you are, Mikotoba. You may remember that it was in fact I who made the connection to the SS Grouse. At Mikotoba Yard yesterday when we examined the notebook and I recalled my steamship ticket. But of course it was, my dear fellow. And not once did I controvert that fact, I merely had our court-bound companions utter my name. Yes, you did, didn't you? We've just entered recess, the trial resumes in 30 minutes from now. And if we're unable to present any new leads then, I'm afraid to say... Do not fret, please, it's for precisely that purpose that my partner and I have made this journey. I have no doubts we shall welcome news for you within half an hour. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes, that would be wonderful. Until later, then. Yes, you'll be hearing from us if you're not in touch first. Ow, 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 ow! I shan't be hearing anything if you can tug my ear in this mindless fashion. Whatever was the idea behind making a receiver operated in that way in the first place, Sholmes? Why the deuce would I know? It's Iris's invention, not mine. So he invented cell phones, or walkie-talkies, or whatever. Once I know how much you enjoy being the hero of the hour, Sholmes. We have but half that time now before the grouse puts seed again. If we don't conclude our investigations rapidly, we shall find ourselves in Naples before long. There are times, Mikotoba, where you make a surprising amount of sense. So, let us begin! First class cabin number 2. Yes, this is the one. But I don't believe an investigation of the cabin is going to be plain sailing. That crewman standing in front of the door is an angry-looking fellow. What are you loitering here? Who are you? My dear fellow, do you not recognize a world-famous great detective when you see one? The question really ought to be, who are you? Now, do you not recognize world-traveling great sailor, Chicken Stroganoff, when you see him? So if you remember from case 2 in the first game, we met a guy named Biff Stroganoff, or Beef Stroganoff. So this guy is very similar looking, and his name is Chicken Stroganoff. In the Japanese version, his first name is Mapotofu. What's written on his arm there, Great detective, huh? I don't think so. Do you see that, Mikotoba? It would appear that this man is a devoted follower of mine. Goodness me, is that a tattoo? It says Sholmes. You like my voice for Sholmes? That's good. I was kind of unsure if I was doing a good job for him. I must say, while such adoration is flattering naturally, it does leave me a little cold. What are you talking about? Leave now! How distressing. My loyal devotee knows me only by name and not by appearance. And yet, I already know a great deal about you, sir. You have a brother, I believe. Like yourself, he's a shipman. Currently traveling the world aboard a Russian steamship, in fact. He looks so shocked. Yeah, how could you know this? Elementary, my dear Mikotoba. I'm sure it was. 3 days ago, I was bound for London aboard this ship, you see. We're looking for one of my fellow passengers, a man by the name of Jigoku. There is no one with that name on this board. But we know that he purchased a ticket for passage. Yeah, you mean Eastern man. He left ship 2 hours ago. Here in Dunkirk, he said something about emergency, I think. What? Are you sure? So Seishiro's realized we're after him, has he? This cabin is the one behind you. We should like to investigate, please. No, I have orders not to let even mouse inside. Mikotoba, be a good man and draw this sailor's attention away, would you? Make up some excuse so he leaves the area. Doesn't great detective see that even sailors have ears, both left and right? Curses! The plan is ruined! You only have yourself to blame, I'm afraid, Sholmes. Forget it! Cabin door is locked. Even if I am not here, you cannot get inside. Mikotoba, I'm sure you haven't forgotten my special talent, have you? Opening any lock. Within a mere 5 seconds. Surely if you'd be so kind as to afford me the requisite time, old friend, in your typically accommodating manner. How could I refuse such a typically unappealing request, old friend? So I need to distract the burly sailor for 5 seconds, do I? Good man, so, the game is afoot. It's kind of fun, we're playing as Mikotoba now. There's no access to the court record, which means that Chicken Stroganoff here is actually the only character, or one of the only characters with a name that appears and does not get a court record entry. This must be a mousetrap, I think. Perhaps I could distract the crewman's attention with this somehow. I mean, it's worth a try. That sounds like Big Mouse and Trap. I will bring bucket of water later and put out of misery. It's right next to his foot, though. I don't like the sound of that. In any case, my dear fellow, that was quite unconvincing. Only Japanese mice make a chew sound. Oh, I thought he like pricked his. I thought he snapped his own finger in it. No, really, Sholmes. And pray tell, what sound do Russian mice make? P, naturally. Though quite unconvincing, I really readily admit. So go ahead, Mikotoba, do a P this time. No, thank you. I'm sure I can come up with an alternative solution. It's kind of funny how different languages have different onomatopoeias for the sound animals make. This would appear to be an alarm bell. All hell would break loose if that thing were to ring. The whole crew would know about it. Is that a good idea? Should I set it off? No, I think not. That would never work, surely. I need to concoct another distraction. Okay, we'll try that as a last resort. Ah, the switch for the electrical lights. Perhaps if I were to turn off the lights, the crewmen wouldn't be able to see what we're doing. Ah! What is happening? Where is light? Now, Sholmes, now! Nobody there. That was a close shave. Quite a knack you have, stumbling so violently in an apparently empty corridor. And do be quiet, Sholmes. I shall have to think of another approach. So that didn't work? Do I really have to pull the alarm? That's another first-class cabin, and yet its door is completely unguarded. Empty as well. I had a quick look inside earlier. Well, I confess I didn't investigate the wardrobe. There may be very well a young Japanese fellow inside, perspiring merrily. If you're referring to Naruhodo, you know very well that he's currently perspiring merrily in court. Does it not strike you though, Mikotoba? Why the man stands guard only in front of this cabin when both are apparently vacant? Okay, we'll pull the alarm. This would happen to be an alarm bell. All hell would break loose if that thing were to ring. The whole crew would know about it. Here goes then. Pardon me in advance. It's funny how we're doing all of this like in plain view of the guy and he doesn't seem to notice. You! What are you doing? If we were at sea, that would be a very bad problem. What's going on down there? Seaman Stroganoff, report at once. Yeah. Sorry, sir. Nothing to report. It was just a stupid trick. No, not by me, by world famous. No, as I told you. Now, Sholmes, now. Done. Not even 5 seconds, eh? Well, don't stand there gawping at my brilliance, Mikotoba. In we go. Oh, yes. Good gracious. It would appear that the occupants of this cabin did indeed disembark rather hurriedly. Those clothes on the floor there. They're Seishiro's without question. Well, it seems we are just a little too late. Yes, by about 2 hours. Still, whilst we're here, we should investigate thoroughly. There may well be 2 hours worth of clues to find in here. That burly crewman may return at any moment, Sholmes. Indeed he may. Which makes it all the more thrilling. I mean, I would assume that Sholmes would have just locked the door behind us, right? All the doors on this vessel have locks, I believe. A wise idea, you never know where and when criminals may strike. But of course, to the great detective Herlock Sholmes, lock, bolts, or shirt button, it makes no difference. All are unfastened with equal ease. The way you go on, you sound rather more like a great thief than a great detective. My dear Mikotoba, as long as there is greatness, I am quite satisfied. Huh, of course you are. Oh yeah, these doors don't have the same locks as the previous ship we were on. Remember, those ones had a sliding lock, this one didn't, because Holmes was able to pick this one. This wall is slightly different color just here, do you see? Indeed! What you have observed arises when a frame that has been hanging for some time is removed. Perhaps your friend is an art thief. Now there's a bold deduction worthy of a great detective, I'm sure. He may very well be the elusive thief who has been plaguing France's galleries of late. I think perhaps we should focus our attentions elsewhere, Sholmes, don't you? That outline on the wall. I feel as though I might have spotted something of a similar size and shape elsewhere. Plenty of reading material to keep passengers occupied on the long sea voyages. I found the mixture of classic literature and easy reading to be most satisfactory, I must say. Whoever stocked this bookcase was a hopeless heretic. There's no copy of the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, my dear fellows. I'm afraid it's just, me, but no, you're quite right. More blasphemous than overlooking the Bible. I shall leave a copy behind, I just happen to have one with me. You're a true missionary of the Church of Great Detectives, aren't you? And these are the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Additionally, there are severe punishments for stowing away in wardrobes and or travel cases. And I feel the rules have increased since I last read them. Probably just my imagination. What about the fact they're not straight on the wall? Doesn't that strike you? You may be right. Probably just your imagination, though. Trifle. And you know what I always say, Mikotoba? There is nothing more important about trifles. It's probably just my imagination, but I think that might be slightly off. That's a very sizable trunk indeed. Tashiro's partial to all things large. That's a weird sentence out of context. And a rather clumsy fellow if you fail to notice he left that behind. Perhaps he left it on purpose. It's lighter than you might think, but still a hindrance to a speedy escape. Pity. It's locked, so we can't look inside. Surely 5 seconds from now, the situation will be quite different, though. Sadly not, it has a 7-digit combination lock. And I'm not in the morose enough mood to work through all combinations at present. That's a substantial heap of clothes on the floor. An overcoat, shirts, a dressing gown. Momohiki work trousers, a tanzen robe, a haramaki waistband, clearly the clothing of a Japanese man. I was thinking of making that joke too, but I figured you guys would fill me in on that, right? Well, thank you. And clearly, Japanese men are unaccustomed to the culture of the wardrobe. It looks to me as if they've thrown in a heap like that in somewhat of a hurry. Indeed! You could help yourself to a Japanese man's shirt, perhaps? I'm sure you made mention of packing too few. I'd very likely drown in one of Seishiro's shirts. No. I'll just buy any extras I need, I think. This is a waste paper basket, look. And there's still rubbish inside. Indeed. Then let us pry. I've discovered recently I have a penchant for exploring the contents of others' waste paper baskets. I sincerely hope for your own work. Ah! Here we have a notice issued to passengers from 3 days ago. 3 days ago, the night before we arrived in London then. When I was still aboard myself. Following departure from the port of Dunkirk, all crew members... Oh, okay. Ah yes, there was an evacuation drill, I remember now. But if you thought that was cool, wait till you see what we're gonna do next. For our safety and security, all first passengers were constantly under the watchful eye of the crew. So it was a welcome relief to have some privacy for once. See, I don't actually have a court record, so I can't look at it whenever I please. Quite the exquisite glass, I must say. See here, how it... Is something wrong, Sholmes? You suddenly trailed off. Ice, Mikotoba, ice! What opulence the first-class passengers enjoy. Chilled drinks. Arden? Could it be that the steamship is equipped with an electrically refrigerated cold room, do you think? Well, it is a luxury liner after all. They have enormous refrigerators for storing all sorts of lavish produce as well as ice. On our voyage from Japan, we enjoyed culinary delights from all over the world. Suddenly, Mikotoba. The sight of you is making my mouth water. I haven't taken on the flavor of the food I ate, you know. Ew! You still in here? Abel Steven Stroganoff, hello again. I was beginning to think you'd never materialize. You are waiting for me. Of course. I was expecting you to burst in with a hearty Russian profanity far sooner. I was a troubled captain because of a trick you played before. Poor innocent chicken. It's all your fault. Ship is leaving port soon. Get off, now. Of course. We shall disembark presently, my dear fellow. But first, there is something that must be done. What are you talking about? Why, naturally, the debunking of your deceit and the bearing of the truth. Kakoi? Guessing that means something in Russian. I'm afraid I see through your lies. For one thing. There's the overture to Pursuit music playing. Yeah, outside the courtroom too. Mr. Jigoku has not yet left this vessel at all. And for another, my dear Seaman Stroganoff. You know exactly where the man is, even as we speak, don't you? How could you... Good gracious, Holmes, you mean you've worked it out, all of it? It's really been too long, hasn't it, old friend? 10 years, no less. So, would you care to join me for a dance of my inimitable logic and reasoning? Yeah, we get to see an original dance of deduction. Nothing would please me more. What is this? We have a minute until the vessel puts to sea. No games now. Time is of the essence. Yeah, the partners track is playing. Mr. Stroganoff, allow me to remind you of your earlier claim. You told us that Jigoku left the ship some 2 hours ago. That is what I said. Sadly, that was a rather clumsy lie. You see, there is something in this room that quite clearly contradicts it. What? Yes, of course. I see you've noted it too, Mikotoba. Then please, do take the lead. What in this cabin shows the impossibility of Jigoku having disembarked 2 hours ago? Let's see what the last 3 years have done to your observational skills then, Mikotoba. It's been 10 years since we last did this, Sholmes, not 3. Why, of course it has, quite. Now, all the clues are here in this cabin for your eyes to see. But as I always say, you must not merely look, but observe. Observe and the answer becomes clear. So, impress me. I think I can manage that.
Take that!
That tap dance! Perhaps you should have cleared away that glass. How curious that the ice shouldn't have melted despite it being abandoned 2 hours ago. It would appear that the man was here in this very cabin until moments before our arrival. With this well-chilled glass in hand. Get your mind off the refreshments, Sholmes. One might even conclude that somebody informed him of our boarding. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Stroganoff? Gah. But why would Seishiro run from us? Before we consider that question, allow me to confirm one small matter. Would I be correct in saying that these first-class cabins on the SS Grouse are the same ones at which you and Mr. Jigoku were accommodated on your voyage from Japan? That's right, they are. I was in the cabin next door, and Seishiro was, yes, 50 days in this very cabin during our voyage. And as I suspected, for you see, there are traces in this cabin of a dark secret that Mr. Jigoku had to hide. Traces. I know nothing about this. This is news to you, isn't it, Mr. Stroganoff? Chums, where exactly are you getting at? As I said, there are traces in this cabin of some nefarious activity. Something that appears out of place, which I'm quite sure won't have escaped your notice. Something out of place in here. That's the key to this, Mikotoba. The remnants of the dark deed that took place in here are being masked by something quite incongruous. I must say, I didn't foresee ever doing this dance of deduction with you again, Mikotoba. No, quite. Life is full of unexpected twists and turns, as you well know. Now then, let's see if I can't uncover the truth here. Yes, you have the floor, my dear fellow.
Take that!
Oh, it's not the mark? It's the sign, then. Fine. Mikotoba, no games now were my words, were they not? Come, Sholmes. Where's the fun in life without a little fooling around, ha! Quite right you are. That was a close shave. Better rethink that before I'm the fool here. You must tilt your head to one side and listen carefully to the faint cries of the scene. Hear the evidence calling out for you to find it. Here I am, it cries. Well, your methods were never conventional. You know I've always been willing to give it a try. Dear God, Mikotoba, open your eyes. It was metaphorical listening that I was suggesting.
Take that!
It's the rules of passage in this frame here. They're obviously out of place. The way they're hanging crooked on the wall, as if they were put there in a hurry. Yes, as I'm sure you already concluded, that frame was originally over here. The shape and size are a perfect match. See, that's why I wanted to select this one. You are right. When did frame move? Hardly the most observant of crewmen are you, Mr. Stroganoff. I would think your captain is quite justified in having his reservations about your reliability. Oh dear, that seemed to really touch a nerve. So, Mikotoba, Why don't you lift the frame off the wall? That looks like a bullet hole. What? Who has been shooting walls? I see, the projectile has been removed. Certainly the careful occupant of this room has already disposed of it. Now then, Mr. Stroganoff. Yeah. I have the distinct impression that you're attempting to shield said occupant. I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I try to protect Eastern Stranger? Ah, so we're talking about the same man, I see. Good. Ah! I'm sure we can get to the bottom of this in no time, aren't you? Because there's something very noteworthy evidence that explains the reason why you're lying for the man. Yes, you've been told to keep up this pretense, as clearly shown by... I really don't know how to approach this one, Sholmes. Ah, my dear Mikotoba, simply keep first principles in mind. Study your subject from every angle. And I'm quite sure you'll see it. In fact, I put a wager on it. Time to glare at this fellow from all sides. Well, I could certainly do that.
Take that!
I love how the music picks up right after the tap dance again. It's just so triumphant sounding. It's almost too obvious for words. Quite! The universal language of the world. Money. Ah. And I'd wager the Eastern fellow in question is a Shiojigoku, yes? Gah! So, I presume you realize what this means. There are clear signs that a crime has been committed in this cabin. And the way you're going, sir, you'll find yourself accused of being an accomplice. I believe you know, Mr. Stroganoff. You know where Mr. Jigoku's hiding in this precise moment in time. As always, Mikotoba, in matters of deduction, the furtive glance is your unfaltering ally. Yes, I think you're onto something there, Sholmes. We found the chink in this burly fellow's armor. We need only follow the man's gaze to know where our prey is hiding. The slightest flicker of the pupils, a minutely delayed blink. Nothing escapes my attention, even that which is barely perceptible. You could hardly call this barely perceptible, Sholmes. The man's turned his entire head. It's not exactly what you describe as a furtive glance, is it? It's almost too obvious. We shall let your tapping toes decide, my dear fellow. I wonder if this technique works in real life, the way Sholmes does it in all his deductions, where you say some outrageous conclusion and the person glances over, and then you get an idea of what they really mean. You turned immediately to look at this large trunk, didn't you? Yeah! The truth is, Seishiro Jigoku was unable to escape from the ship in time, and is, at this very moment, doing his best to stifle his breath inside the trunk. If he still has a breath to take, I fear he may be running dangerously low on air. I imagine he didn't count on us making a nuisance of ourselves for quite so long. And I think it would be in everyone's best interest for us to open the trunk as quickly as possible. But how can we? Are you forgetting about the combination lock? We don't know the 7-digit code. The combination lock can't be opened from inside the trunk. Therefore, there must be an arrangement for somebody to open it after our departure. Hey! Welcome to the stream. Of course. In short, before Jigoku hid himself inside that trunk, he must have told somebody the 7-digit number for the lock. I'm sure you can confirm, Mr. Stroganoff. Ugh. No! I know nothing about combination code. Don't move a muscle, my good seaman. Ugh. Now, Mikotoba, would you do the honor and open the trunk? How on earth do you expect me? It's a 7-digit number, remember. Quickly now, we have little time. Oh, I gotta do Sholmes upside down. So Sholmes, that must be a 5, right? And then it was like a 4 for the H. And then 0. And then 7. Wait, there's no 7. Man, I need to look at the scene again. Oh, I can look at the scene. Okay, sweet. Okay, so from the other side, 5, 2, 3, 1, 0. 5, 2, 3, 1, 0. Oops. 5, 2, 3. Oops. 1.
Take that!
That did it! It's open! You had to meddle, didn't you? Well, Yujin, you found me now? Seishiro. I was really hoping beyond hope not to find you here, you know. But you're not entirely unsurprised, I take it. No, quite. I just wish it was some other way. Well, how are you ever going to introduce me? Ah, your reputation precedes you, Mr. Sholmes. I've read stories of many of your exploits. Excuse my manners, Sholmes. This is Mr. Jigoku, my old friend and traveling companion. The devil's in the details, Bigatoba. I believe you meant to say, your old friend and traveling companion, who made the cowardly decision to flee the country without a word to anyone when things turned sour. And I see my reputation precedes me as well. What an honor. Well, Seishiro, you're gonna explain all this. You know all by now, I imagine. What you didn't know, of course, is that 3 days ago, on the night before our arrival in Britain, an attempt was made on my life here on this very ship. By the Reaper of the Bailey. Yes, I've since heard. Because you were once prosecuted by the Reaper, weren't you? 10 years ago now, mind you. Now, I had no idea at the time what a dangerous individual he was. Anyway, when we arrived in London to find the symposium was postponed until goodness knows when, it became all too apparent to me that I might be very well targeted again. So you decided to flee the capital without saying a word to me about it. I'm afraid so, yes. Now, of course, I realize it now. That I really ought to have confided in you. It's somewhat surprising, I must say. What is it? Well, first-class cabins aboard luxury steamships are in very short supply. It's more than a little hard to believe. This one just happened to be available. So as a protagonist of some colorful short stories, well, I don't care for your opinion. The cabin did just happen to be available, so I purchased a ticket, and here I am. I've seen for myself the obvious remnants of the incident in this cabin. So you've already purchased your return ticket before we even docked in Dover, had you? To prevent anyone taking this cabin and seeing the evidence. Is that it? Yujin, I have nothing to say to you. Well, in a mere 5 minutes, the ship will set off on its onward voyage and not make a port again until Italy. I'm afraid we must insist you disembark with us at once. You have no jurisdiction over my movements. We have this, Seishiro. Take it. What is it? It's a subpoena for the Old Bailey. You're a man of the law. You know what the ramifications of ignoring a document like this for British courts would be. You came prepared then, Yujin. Come on, let's go. One moment. What is it, Sholmes? Inside Mr. Jigoku's trunk, I found this rather fascinating trinket. What is that? Seishiro. I can't help you, I'm afraid. Some small component from something. But what? I have no idea. The look on his face, I think he genuinely doesn't know. Well, let us pocket it as a small souvenir of our brief sojourn in France. Well, young Naruhodo, I think we've done as much as we can, I'm afraid. The rest, will be on the shoulders of you and your assistant. Kazuma Sogi, I know you. I know you wouldn't lie, but still, there's no doubt. You're holding something back. You know more than you're saying. During the past 30 minutes while this court was adjourned, all possible efforts were expended. But sadly, Mr. Jigoku's whereabouts could not be ascertained. We must accept the unfortunate conclusion that the Reaper has already done the deed. There's no sense in wasting any more of the court's time. The prosecution calls for an immediate verdict.
Objection!
No, the trial cannot end now. You're a Japanese man, Ryunosuke. You should know when to lay down your sword. And you should know never to presume when the battle is won. The court has already been presented with all the evidence and heard all relevant testimony. And there can only be one conclusion. The accused is guilty. All relevant testimony, far from it. There's still a crucial witness, from whom the court is yet to hear a single word of testimony. In that case, call your witness to the stand at once, counsel. Yes, my lord. Tomorrow, if possible. The witness is already on his way, and scheduled to arrive tomorrow. Who on earth is this crucial witness? Seishiro Jigoku. The very man allegedly murdered by the Reaper. Ah! Jigoku! You found him! But the investigations of every policing resource of the capital suggest that Jigoku is already dead. How, in the name of God, did you find the man? He was located in France during the recess, at the port of Dunkirk. Thanks to one of Mr. Herlock Sholmes' famous deductions. Herlock Sholmes! Inspector Gregson almost certainly met with Mr. Jigoku on the night of his death, because along with Prosecutor Sogi, Gregson was on a mission to assassinate the man. Which means that Seishiro Jigoku is a sole witness. We can clarify exactly what happened aboard the SS Grouse on the 31st October. Well, it would appear that it's too soon to move to abdication at this point. The prosecution concurs. The court must hear Mr. Jigoku's testimony. No judgment should be passed until all testimony has been considered. In that case, I hereby call the end of today's proceedings. Courts will reconvene at the same hour tomorrow. No objections from either side. No, my lord. No objections, my lord. We live to fight another day, by the skin of our teeth. Wow, that was a lot of revelations. It was kind of fun playing as Bigatoba too. That tap dancing though. So, I think my voice is okay. I don't think I need a quick break now. So we're just going to continue into the investigation. I think there's another intermission before day 2 anyways. So we'll just keep going from here. The unexpected halt of proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom. But outside the Bailey, when Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within, it was a typical still night. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. We have returned, my dear fellows. Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help. Think nothing of it. I believe you had an even more wearing day than Mikotoba and I, no? You can say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court earlier. Is this prosecutor Sogi? Had you on the ropes, did he? And he's your best friend, you say? Well, he's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma's changed. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I mean, it's incredible. To think that he'd even entertain the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin. Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I've only ever met the young man as a corpse. When all this started, almost a year ago now, Mr. Shom still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then. About the motivation, what he himself described as a great detective's lie. Now then, I must say, it's really quite a journey all the way to France. Well, it is another country, Mr. Sholmes. So, what news of Judge Jigoku? We took him to Scotland Yard. The investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for the man. Poor Professor Mikotoba. This must be quite a shock for him. Ah, yes. I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home. What is it? Surely you haven't forgotten already. I put it upon you for the matter only yesterday. You put it upon me, Sholmes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well. Oh, you've had a reply already. What was so urgent though, Mr. Sholmes? Thus matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present. Well, that's good news, because supper is ready, everyone. Ah, what a feast it is! If I were none the wiser, I think the trial was won already. Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak and kidney pie, Yorkshire pudding. Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up. In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. This place appears to be the only one set, with a helping of pheasant as well. Oh, sorry, Hurley, not there. Why ever not? Are we in set places this evening? Yes, and that place is for Susie's daddy. For me? That's right. I made it especially for you, Professor Mickey. I see. Well, that's terribly kind of you. It's a shame, really. What do you mean? Well, for a brief moment, I believed it. That Susie and I were half-sisters, I mean. Oh! Iris, do you mean... Yes, I know now. I overheard yesterday. I secretly listened to the conversation you had. After I tricked you all into thinking I'd left. What? What?! Clever little Iris. A misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Mikotoba are Iris' father. Yes, about that, Iris. You know why? I know. You can't tell me at the moment. Oh, Iris. The pheasant is by way of apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping. Oh, no. That's quite alright. Then why don't I get an apologetic pheasant? Just who is Iris' father? I suppose that's not something we'll be finding out today. So then, let us dine, while our largely pheasantless plates still are piping hot. A fine idea, Sholmes. It all looks absolutely delicious. Eat as much as you like. There are always seconds. This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. About that telegram from Japan, and about Kazuma. I I can't let this opportunity slip away. He's just sitting on the couch there. Oh, I thought maybe Mikotoba was around. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Surely, it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikotoba's refusal to share his pheasants with me. Nevertheless, I feel the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes. Huh. Sorry, Hurley, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy. Even though I've played the role of father to you for far longer. Mr. Sholmes, can I discuss some things with you? Certainly, my dear fellow. I find myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. No doubt, you're hungry to learn more of my deep love of the game. It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss. Oh, I saw the live stream blipped out for a brief second there, but I think we're still okay, right? Why is this turkey already examined? I don't get that. Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak and kidney pie, Yorkshire pudding. It looks mouth-wateringly good. Indeed it does. And if it were accompanied by even morsel of pheasant, it would be perfection. You're still on about that. Oh, it really does look like a feast for celebrating a victory in court. Or indeed for drowning one's sorrows after defeat. I hope you weren't referring to the trial tomorrow, Mr. Sholmes. He's clearly still in mourning over the pheasant at the moment. Okay, it's still good for you guys? Alright. Thank you for letting me know. Let's question Mr. Sholmes then. So, what was in the telegram you received back from Japan then? Ah, this! I thank my lucky stars it arrived in time. Record found as indicated. Duplicate follows. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. What? Those 4 names. We've come across that exact same list before. It came up in that unforgettable case last spring. What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be masking monumental intrigue. A plot that involved the sale of British government secrets to foreign states. In exposing the means by which those secrets were being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of a message. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. We didn't find the names out until the case was over, and we never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. So, why are the names coming up again now? Yes, where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes? I have here the message I wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Enter Judge Jigoku's office undetected and investigate telegram records. Expect to find communication from Britain, dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names. Need by tomorrow. Naruhodo. I sent it to a detective I know who specializes in this clandestine missions of this nature. You asked Inspector Hosonaga to undertake such an onerous task for you. I like how they decided to take the picture of Hosonaga from this game's case 1 with a turtle on his head instead of the picture of him in his waiter outfit from the first game, where he looks a little bit more proper. And in my name? I wonder what guise he opted for this time. My dear fellows, it was a matter of great urgency, you understand. Anyway, the list of names was found in Seishiro's office, as Sholmes predicted. So you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was... It was sent to Judge Jigoku. He was the intended recipient. I don't believe it. But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies. I did formulate a hypothesis about that. Hey, welcome to the stream. Thanks for dropping by. But without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it. Mr. Sholmes looks deadly serious for once. See, when Sholmes gets serious, he actually gets things done. That goofy persona of his, surprisingly really good at keeping them separate. Oh wait, let's look at our court record. Following departure from the port of Dunkirk, all crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 PM in order to review evacuation procedures. The drill will take 20 minutes. Crew to resume duties as soon as the drill is over. You see these little things all over the place, don't you? It's the part on top of a pocket watch that you twist to set the time, isn't it? It's called the crown, I believe. A watch would be quite useless without one. Crown, like what sits on top of a monarch's head. It's a very grand name for such a tiny part. But actually, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. If this is a crown, I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head. If by monarch you mean pocket watch, then I'm quite sure you have. Can I put this on the pocket watch? Oh my god, I have so much evidence. What do you think, Mr. Sato? I feel sure I know exactly what will fit here. Really? I was just thinking precisely the same thing. We're about to see that the little round component is actually part of Inspector Gregson's broken pocket watch. Really? I was just thinking precisely that too. Perfect fit. I knew it. Alright, perhaps you knew it. I'll make a note of this new information at once. Telegram from Japan. Record found as indicated. Duplicate follows. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson, Hosonaga. Thanks, Hosonaga. You're the best. That tragedy we had to go through on the SS Buria, it was all for nothing. Kazuma wasn't dead at all. We were completely taken in by the lie he told us. Your great detective's lie. I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost. What? I capitalized on the events that transpired to see he was sent back to Japan. His remains, you mean? Precisely, Mr. Sato. And then, I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead. Oh my, you mean? The arrangement between our two countries was already in place. One university student, lawyer, and one judicial assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Asogi. I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least. Wait, do you mean to say that it was all in aid of stopping Kazuma coming to Britain? That's why you... Think back, Mr. Naruhodo. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England? The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. The voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. So, you manipulated me. I've often remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man. I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend. I don't believe it. But if it was all contrived... I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder. A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her? Yeah, I still feel bad for Nicolina. I mean, yes, she did something bad. Yes, she lied to us. But we gave her like a huge like mental breakdown when we exposed her, and then she still thought she killed someone and had to deal with facing his best friend, and then she never really got to tell Ryunosuke the truth. Like, I feel bad for her. Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought. I seem to remember Miss Susato and I had some rather strong words for her. Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure. Yes and no, I still feel bad for her. I wonder if she made it to America then. I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why were you so determined to stop Kazuma-sama from reaching Britain? The truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen of impending tragedy, you see. Oh. An omen that, at this very moment in time, is close at hand. An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago is close at hand. We need to find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. There was no room for doubt with your instructions in this telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You were very clear it was just Jigoku's office that should be searched. So, you obviously knew that's where the list of names would be found. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. But we only learned of those 4 names just over 6 months ago now. And only because they appeared as part of a top-secret government communications that was leaked. And that's true, yes. But at the time, we were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan. Around 6 months before that. Approximately this time last year, in fact, when you were both still in Japan. It really would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others for intercepting state secrets. Because after that, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between British and Japanese governments. You're perpetually doing what? How? Never mind the details, but you should know. No secret is safe from Herlock Sholmes, where he has designs on knowing it. Oh my, Mr. Sholmes, what a fabulous line. Now, 1 month after that list of 4 names was wired to the recipient Jigoku in Japan, Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered. As soon as I learned of the incident, the hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partly correct and partly mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow. Mr. Sholmes, please, tell us all you know. Tell us about these 4 names and the tragedy to which they're all connected somehow. As I said, when I learned of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names, because you see, there was someone else on the list who I believed to be recently deceased. What? Who? A. Shin, as it was transcribed in the Japanese script. In actual fact, Miss Asa Shin. That was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer, well known among London's unsavory classes. Oh, I see. But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she herself had been killed. And accordingly, I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list. Ah, K. Asogi and T. Gregson. Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself. I determined it would be safest if young Asogi were to stay away from Britain. Ah, so that's why you went to such lengths to prevent his study tour from going ahead. Exactly. So, you already knew who Kazuma-sama was, Mr. Sholmes. Oh yes, Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. I've recounted many tales about Asogi to him in my letters, and news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course. So, Dr. Wilson is dead then? I didn't know. Oh, Iris. I know he wasn't my daddy, but still. That's very sad. I'm so sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you. No. But what you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis. A big hole, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh yes. You mean about Asashin, I presume? Oh, of course. Exactly. She wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan, posing as a visiting student under the assumed name of Giselle Brett. I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow. I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago, in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel. Ah. And upon hearing that startling revelation, the hypothesis I'd formed surrounding those 4 names was completely turned topsy. What? Topsy? Topsy hypothesis. What do you mean when you say your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Sholmes? I believed all 4 names on the list to be names of victims. However, I was mistaken. Very much so, Asashin was a killer. So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it? Indeed, and it would seem that Miss Shin was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson. Her visiting student status being merely a front. Ah! Which would of course explain why no motive could be determined for her actions. So the real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by Asashin is because he was the target of assassination. And forward with that knowledge, fresh consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective. What do you mean? Well, does it not strike you? There is another among the 4 who subsequently became a visiting student. Wait, you mean... But of course, a name you know only too well. You mean... Kazuma? Oh! He did say in court earlier today. Yes, on 31st October I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. And the mission was the assassination of the Mark. Young Mr. Asogi accepted that mission a year ago now. Surely not. In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say, detailing an assassin exchange. An assassin exchange? How could Kazuma possibly have gotten involved in something like that? Let's assume that we have 2 parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Those 2 parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. That would be an assassin exchange. So to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Japan, where she kills her target. And then, the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain, in order to eliminate his target. It certainly does sound like an exchange. But what on earth is the point? Don't forget, Naruhodo, that the British assassin at least escaped conviction, thanks to diplomatic immunity afforded by consular jurisdiction. Oh yes. Such jurisdiction should be null and void under the terms of the newly new treaty between our two countries. So the fact that it was brought into play suggests intervention at the very highest levels. The highest levels? These murders were two sides of the same coin, linked not by a common motive, but by contractual agreement. As such, they appeared utterly unrelated, yet in truth, the assassins were complicit in one singular devilish scheme. That disassociation and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot. But wait a minute, Sholmes. If this telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins as you're suggesting, it would mean that the Japanese killer target was never Seishiro Jigoku at all. It would mean Asogi's target was actually Inspector Gregson. What? Kazuma was here for Gregson. So Judge Jigoku wasn't actually the mark. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean. I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe. Mr. Sholmes. I told him of my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position. Obviously, with the young pickpocket in tow. Yes, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us at the Great Exhibition. He'd be transferring to Paris Police and taking Gina with him. But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, it turned out to be his very last. This is too much to take in. Yeah, I love how Ace Attorney does that really well, where a character could not be in the room at all, and we'll talk about them, and their music would play, and you'd instantly feel their energy, even though they're not there. It's very well done character music themes, I think, in this game, specifically. Alright, everyone. That's quite enough of all that serious talk for one day. Isn't it, Hurley? I mean, look at the time. Ah, quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow. What preparations? Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room now. This has certainly been a night to remember. It is a little sad, though. Hmm? I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then, Susie would have been my big sister. I'm sorry, Iris. I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing. Were you? But if somebody like me would be worthy, I would be delighted to become your sister. What? Really? Oh yes, without question. So, you'll teach me all the ways you know to throw Runo on the floor? Yes, yes, of course. It would be my pleasure. You didn't have to agree quite so readily. Oh, but wait a minute. If Susie's going to be my big sister, you could be my big brother if you want, Runo. Huh? I mean, yes, of course. If you'll have me, I'm gladly be your brother. Well done, Iris. We must always be mindful of feelings. I've raised you so well. Ah ha ha ha. Because being sensitive is your strong suit, naturally. Right. I'm going to work extra hard for tomorrow now, because it's for my big brother and sister. What is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing what? Hehe? You'll just have to wait and see. Oh. Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a sterling performance. I'll do my very best, of course. So the overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point, exposing new truths whilst posing new conundrums. That list of 4 names on the telegram in Judge Shigoku's office, and the extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow become involved. It felt as though I'd been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden. At the same time, I felt sure I would see the light again soon. Because I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me. Aw, that's so cute. Okay, so here's the thing. This last section, this trial section, is the last one. And we're halfway through this case, technically. But I think the second half is longer than the first half. This first half, that was only, 2.5 hours of stream? To be honest, I was expecting it to be closer to 3.5 or something like that. So the second half of this case, the second part of the trial, I'm going to estimate it's probably going to be somewhere between 3 and 4 hours, maybe even longer, especially because that last case in Great Ace Attorney 1 turned out to be much, much longer than we expected. And I don't think there's any recess breaks, maybe one recess break in this part. So originally I was going to split this case into 2 streams, one for today and one for tomorrow. But since we're finishing early today, should we go on ahead and do the second half? And if we do, it's probably going to be a late stream. Of course, it'll be archived for people that want to watch it later. But I don't know, what do you guys think? Should we stop for today, or should we keep going and pick up tomorrow? I know there's probably a delay between the chat and the stream, so probably won't see your answer right away. Yeah, go ahead. I mean, I do want to get this finished with, because then, I mean, it's a really exciting conclusion for one thing, and I also want to get this done so I can move on to doing the special content streams tomorrow, and then take a break from streaming after I finish this game. Okay, so we'll keep going then. Sounds good. I'm going to take a 5-minute break here, grab a drink of water, and we'll get going with the second half of this trial. You're clinging to your chair right now. Yeah, I'm not really tired, actually. So, okay, let's go take a break then, and we'll be right back. Thank you so much for joining me. I really appreciate it. Especially, it's nice to have all you guys around, especially for the finale, because I think the finale is the most exciting part to go. And I know a lot of you have been regularly attending these streams, so I super duper appreciate that. Okay, I'll see you guys in 5 minutes, and then we'll get going and do this home stretch all together, alright? Thanks so much. Be right back. Hey guys, welcome back. Thanks so much for joining me again on this game. I mean, as you know, I love this game a lot. And this is finally, we're reaching the conclusion, the final home stretch, the finale. So there's a lot of mysteries we have left that we're basically gonna tie up all those loose ends. It's gonna be fantastic. And there's no recess. I checked between this save point here and the end of the game, I believe. And there's roughly 8 or so cross-examinations, I think. So, hang on to your seats. We're in for a ride. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in the proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. And the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion, that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Yeah, I'm glad to see you guys are excited. That makes me happy too. Counsels, you'll undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Resolve, yes, that's my intention. My lord, if I may inquire, the defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Sogi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor? He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this one day. Kazuma, whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I'll accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. Kazuma's bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into this very dangerous territory. Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us? An extreme exception to normal practices. I have granted this prosecution's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume? Yes, my lord. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Baroque van Zieks. The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Very well then, this preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Sogi, begin. As you wish, my lord. Prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Seishiro Jigoku into the courtroom. And last then, we've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Come on, Ryunosuke, it's time for that steely resolve, because it's going to test it to the limit. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Ha! So it was you who issued this, was it? Your subpoena. I did what was necessary. Ha 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 ha! Well, look at what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. My name is Seishiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am of course fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I hear he's also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. Put my all into that treaty. Jigoku, I must ask. Well, I never. Fancy the young murdering students turning up here in all places. You acquitted me yourself. And now, I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see. You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. Then, without informing any of your plans, you took flight to France. Took flight? I'll have to object to that turn of phrase. Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this. And I'm sorry to say, I decline to comment. What? Leaving the country prematurely when I was invited guest may be questionable etiquette. But my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? Now, I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I've obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that. So you'd run from all this? I beg your pardon. This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan, the murder of John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right. And you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Seishiro Jigoku is involved in this case? Well, probably the telegram is probably the best example of that.
Take that!
This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names: K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. You little... Where did you get that? In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you... What's this all about? Why is my name on that list? This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. K. Asogi and A. Shin are the names of assassins. No. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett. But her real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. A. Shin and her victim, J. Wilson. And the murder that just took place here in London was a counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Sogi, whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson. K. Sogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other. What exactly is the defense suggesting? These 2 cases of murder, one took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. Judge Jigoku, what's this all about? And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged you'd accepted the assassination mission. The mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Seishiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. You deliberately avoided saying a name. The defense claims these 4 names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? Silence only goes to prove his guilt. There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of the Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Gross. Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse will put you in contempt of court. There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well, then. As a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear. About the alleged assassination exchange and the events of the night of the 31st October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord. It's true that Kazuma Sogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there'd been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it. So clearly I can't be involved. So you admit it then, that this communication suggests there really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. A political endeavor at the highest levels, not something I can discuss here. To use such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard. Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge. Pardon? Asogi had a reason for taking a sword to the British inspector, you know. What? Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel? Kazuma-sama. Jachigoku, you're the mastermind behind this operation in Japan. Then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. Now, I'm not obliged to divulge that information. As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense identified is unrelated to the events of this case. And the crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship at Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London, in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Baroque van Zieks. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings. Certainly it's a plot only a government minister and a high-ranking judge, such as a witness, could hope to execute. Well, I seem to recall it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it's not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible evidence pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, Counsel? Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. Let's review what he said. If I don't need to press anything, then maybe I'll skip the pressing. Something happened that the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin. If there'd been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so I clearly can't be involved. So that can't be true, because we found this. The evacuation drill notice. But he has two statements regarding it, so I'm gonna press both of them because I'm not sure which one I need to present it on. Outside your cabin in the first-class area of the SS Grouse, you mean? Yes, that's right. Not least because there was a murder of a student passenger early in the year, I imagine. The liner operators have taken to posting a crewman outside every first-class cabin door. I can confirm the presence of the crewman guard myself. What do you mean? Because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night, I witnessed it with my own eyes. There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness's cabin. At that particular time, of course, I'd gone to the ship's dining room for dinner. The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us into the cabin while we waited for Judge Jigoku's return. I suppose Inspector Gregson was there in his capacity as a Reaper. He was intending to take the witness's life. Exactly. As I've said numerous times now, I had no intention of killing anyone. So the crewman let 2 potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding. Not the most convincing of sentries, really. In truth, those were my thoughts too. But anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while. Then I left him there, and made my way off the ship alone. Was the guard still at the door when you went? Yes. He glared at me as I walked past. You see? That proves it.
Hold it!
The crewman who was standing directly outside your cabin door, you mean? That's right. A muscular man with a permanent grim expression on his face. He didn't once move from that spot. To be honest, I thought he was a miserable fellow. As it happens, he's a vital witness now. There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot, and it's inconceivable that a crewman standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard that. But wait, what about the ship's enormous steam engines? The noise of them could have drowned out the sound of the gun being fired. Sadly, young judicial assistant, that won't wash. Oh. You will recall that my cabin was in the first-class area of the ship, which is, of course, the quietest. Don't imagine for a moment there's anything like steerage where the judicial assistants go. I didn't mean... But a hole like that made by a bullet was found in your cabin, Judge Gyakuten. That's compelling evidence that a gun was fired in there. What's that? A bullet hole. Oh yes. You're talking about what the detective uncovered in the wall yesterday, I presume. That was obviously a rotten panel eaten out by a woodworm. No doubt he didn't find an actual bullet. Ugh. That's the hole in this argument. Sadly, I was unable to arrange for the crewman to be brought back to Britain with me. But obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabin on the night in question, as the defense implies, I would have been arrested on the spot and would have never made it to Britain in the first place. Very true, the witness's logic is sound. Since no gunshot was heard from the witness's cabin on the night in question, we must assume that the witness is telling the truth. Ha ha ha. I'm glad you've some sense, my lord. I know Kazuma's already admitted to taking on this incredible assassination plot, but even so, hearing it confirmed by somebody else is still a real shock. It's unforgivable, using Kazuma-sama's feelings to manipulate him into agreeing to such a despicable plan. I think Kazuma manipulated Judge Shigoku too. He completely double-crossed him. Oh dear. It's hard not to see that as a stroke of brilliance on Kazuma-sama's part. One way or another though, Gregson ended up dead. I really think the murder must have happened aboard that steamship. So you mean, Judge Shigoku must be lying. I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment. But you must destroy him, Mr. Naruhodo.
Objection!
Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Shigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. What? Where'd you get that? It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Herlock Sholmes again. According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts. And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Shigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime. Ah!
Objection!
A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. But it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin, unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Very true. Well, counsel. Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has the evidence to prove it. You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Jigoku's cabin on 31st October?
Take that!
Judge Jigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is this? The crown of a pocket watch. Of a pocket watch. If you'll observe, the victim's pocket watch, which you know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill. In the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku. Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer?
Objection!
Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. Huh? And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. But rather like this pocket watch. It's full of cracks. What? And I believe that Jigoku feels the same way. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. Sorry? If I'd have known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast. And I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you've stumbled. Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume. Yes, I do. Very well then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony. What exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st October? And of course, as a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. Yeah, I think it was a really good twist of them having Jigoku be such a key player, because for one thing, you never expect in the Ace Attorney games for the judge to get a role, and so they actually started by giving him a name, then now he's an actual witness, and now it's turning out that maybe he actually had a hand in this. Like, it's unheard of in the series, right? Which is why it makes such a good twist. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an Ippon Seo throw, though he couldn't wait to run after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London. Ippon Seo. A common jujitsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. So Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin is no way proves the victim's murder took place there. Ugh! I have no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. But if this testimony holds, Judge Jigoku would deem to have no involvement in the case. Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination. Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you've been beaten. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, it feels like a 3-on-1, right? Strongheart, Jigoku, and Asogi are teaming up on me. So I probably have to press him on something, but let's just gather our thoughts. Obviously this trunk has more to say about it too. Yeah, I need him to change his testimony.
Hold it!
Because the so-called guard posted at your cabin door had just let your killer pass, you mean? And apparently, Gregson told the crewman he was a police inspector, which was the truth, of course. He wouldn't have had his identification with him, though. He had his trench coat and a mustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced. But the man accompanying him would have had 2 swords slung around his waist. 2 sword slung around his waist. Shouldn't I have said 2 swords? Or is that just another old English grammar thing? You mean me? Who else? Yes, that's true. You would have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set off alarm bells in the guard's head. The point is, I left the cabin before its occupant returned, and I immediately disembarked the ship. Certainly, all I can tell you is only the inspector was waiting for me when I got arrived back to my cabin. And you clearly entered without any inkling of suspicion. That's right. None whatsoever.
Hold it!
Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson. Yes, though at the time I didn't know the man's name. And there was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners. But which you mean, the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose? That was certainly the impression given by the gun pointing my direction. But I'd never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake about so much in my life. Anyone would think the man had never shot somebody before. Believe it or not, most of us haven't. Anyway, there was no time to call for the help of the crewman at the door, so I dealt with the man myself.
Hold it!
Even though the man had a gun, that was a very brave move, wasn't it? Yeah, ha ha ha! My Ippon-sei is far faster than a bullet, I can assure you. But surely, all that commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it? Yes, of course. He burst in immediately without knocking. The inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow, and just managed to slip past him to make his escape. The outstanding guard does it again. Luckily, there aren't many situations I can't get out using a quick Ippon-sei throw.
Hold it!
The crown snapped off, and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked. Preferable to the man's head being pulled off or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say? Not that the man was spared for long. A bullet to the chest soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place. And absolutely not! All the pocket watch proves is the power of my jujitsu throw. Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in the cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall. Ha 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 ha! What are you talking about? Huh? And that's what the star of your lowbrow detective story has told you, is it? Well, I don't care for such fiction. Haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripling? No murder took place in my cabin.
Hold it!
There's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling. What? If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth could he have gotten back to Britain? Huh. When people die, their bodies remain at that same spot. It's a devil of a thing. Well then, obviously the culprit must have moved the body. How exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? Well, yes, that's true, but... all passenger luggage is inspected when it's unloaded from arriving vessels. And I would like to think the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as handed luggage. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. Ugh, let's kill that idea then. But perhaps not. Mrs. Sato, we've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them. Which would mean the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea. Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony, with your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your amended testimony now. There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain. Okay, so hear me out, guys. This is... actually, no. I'll just present it, and then they'll explain it for me.
Objection!
There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say. I would say the opposite is true. And what's that supposed to mean? Far from being impossible for you to do, the transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do. What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Ah, I knew you were jealous. Ha ha ha. I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku. The photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting... I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jigoku's trunk. Order! Order! Order in the court! I'm skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside the largest travel trunk. It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku? But inside his trunk? How horrifying. After we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body. Now, I don't have to listen to this nonsense! Dr. Gori, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. And counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are far and few in between. Yes, I'm sure they are. But one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages. And the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku? However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. Ha 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 ha. Well, this is all very heartening. I can see it was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already. Judge Jigoku, please stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond? Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there? Why ever not? Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical. The actual scene of the crime. The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Baroque Van Zieks shot the victim at point-blank range. Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling. The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim that's the only fairy tale here. How can you say that? Quite simply, because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Yeah, you get him, Ryunosuke. You've built up your confidence. You can think on the fly. Look at you, you've grown. My boy. Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you? The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. This evidence clearly contradicts that claim.
Take that!
The Japanese are really a curious breed. Oh, is it not the trunk? To proffer an argument with such conviction, only to present such nonsensical evidence. Perhaps my Japanese friend's inexplicable thinking is why people talk of the mystique of the East. In case you hadn't noticed, I'm not the only Japanese around here. Do you even have a mirror? The court is not interested in that mystique of anything. You'll be penalized accordingly. Okay, fine. Oh, no, I know what it is. It's the autopsy report. Wait, that's the wrong one. That's Clint's autopsy report. I don't need his.
Take that!
What? Yeah, I know the answer. No, my points. I'm trying too hard to, like, rush this, but at the same time I'm making mistakes. Okay, we'll think about this more carefully. Those are old pieces of evidence. Hey, I could have sworn it should have been this. It's the fish and chips. In the autopsy report. Crime scene, notice board, Venus firecracker. Are the fish and chips visible in this picture? No. It must be this photo then. Okay, it's the photo, right? Because the photo's still... It's still... He's like... The way he's positioned.
Take that!
Okay, there we go, yeah. A photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed. Yes. But the point is, the posture of the body itself. Yeah. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. You could easily have adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot would subsequently prove fatal.
Objection!
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Goku, but it's your own logic that's flawed. What? According to his autopsy report, the victim died instantly. See, this is why I wanted to present the autopsy report. Fine. He would feel no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Ah! Which begs the question, why the victim's body is curled up in that way? Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting... The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor, from the inside of a large travel trunk. No, you're quite right. The shape of the body looks exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space. Judge Goku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Ah! Present my trunk! I refuse! What? On what grounds? I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan! I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations. In other words, Judge Goku, there's blood in your trunk. I decline to answer that. And the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to... At this moment, you're not a government minister. You're a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. Ugh. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Yeah, good on you, Ryunosuke. Usually you let the prosecutor say that, but yeah, take it. Nothing is more important than the truth. Order! Order in the courts! Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be? You can't be serious! You did it! Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Sogi? What? Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. What? You. Dear God, outrageous! So it was you. You admit to Inspector Gregson. No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is the cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So, I decided my only option was to bring it to Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else. You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, who on earth did kill the man? As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night, and he had the opportunity. And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life. Oh! That's right, who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Sogi. You. I never thought you'd stoop to this, says Shiro Jigoku. And you've taken the words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Sogi. You thought by leaving the blood body in my cabin you could put the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission no less. You wouldn't. So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more. I don't believe it. Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi. This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku, or Kazuma. Both of them have the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Sogi is... Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claim that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process. It is, no question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Sogi to commit the crime. Oh, here it comes! The overture to pursuit! What? The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrate the impossibility of Prosecutor Sogi's involvement? Okay, it has to be the sword or the trunk. But what do I present? Okay, the sword has a tip missing, but that doesn't... That proves that it was... That only proves that he was there. But the blood is on the opposite side of the sword. I think it's the trunk. It has to be the trunk. Look at this dark stain here. Oh, this is the same conversation. Well, I mean, if it's not one, it's the other, but I don't want to lose more of my life.
Take that!
Oh. You're making the evidence weep here, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Sorry? Every piece of evidence has a role to play in arriving at the truth. They're not playthings you could toss around the courtroom for entertainment. Ah. Okay, it was a sword, really? Wait, we know a member of the crew was on sentry duty outside the first-class cabins nearly all the time. So as long as the guard was there, it would have been impossible to fire a shot without it being heard. That very much narrows down when the crime would have been committed. Oh, it's the evacuation drill. Because Asogi already left by then, right? I mean, the best evidence would have been his papers at Dunkirk, or his, the signature he left at the hotel he stayed at, right?
Take that!
This itinerary for crew members of the SS Gross, my lord. This is conclusive proof. An itinerary? How does that prove anything? Judge Jigoku, the moment you acknowledged that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. What? Wow, why? On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. So that tells us the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary. Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Oh, yeah, that makes total sense. Duh. Ah. Now, clearly the murder could only be committed by someone who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Professor Asogi stated in yesterday's proceedings, I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town, and returned to England the following morning. which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Sogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. Ah! No, absolutely not! I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back and finish the... No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof. No, There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer, as a common man. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it? Seishiro Jigoku. It was that damn trial 10 years ago. That's when all this began. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. It's over. My life is over. British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. I think it was interesting how when he broke the witness stand, for a brief second there, the wooden pillars of the stand looked almost like a jail cell. But then it all got blown away. And then his white cufflinks almost looked like handcuffs, because he continued to hold his hands together. And I don't know if that was intentional, but... Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain. You found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement, because I was already on my way to Britain at the time in Kazuma's place. And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation: to eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume. That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain, so I enlisted the help of my British counterpart, and made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To allure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. What? The Reaper? But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself. So, that means that the assassin exchange was all planned by the Reaper. I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death. Oh, how awful. It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time waiting. For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock, I'd intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came round and went for me in a reckless move. I'd received a British-issued gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it? Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse. Which begs the question, why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street. The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side. And that's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room. And then on arriving at Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I need to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take his police identification back. I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit, so I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then. Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers. Miss Venus, of course. I conceived of the candle trick there, and then... It's pretty fast thinking on his part. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot. What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece on his own traveling case. So I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself than that I would have otherwise. Could you imagine Jigoku wearing that red wig? The hairpiece we found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation. I only arrived at the room around 4:45, so I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. He did that in 15 minutes? Holy moly! I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later. So that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder. What was that? I imagine it was a bag of fish and chips. I didn't notice it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back into his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Again, I think it was super clever that his fish and chips not only was his comical plot point, but was a crucial piece of evidence here. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did. I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea. Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us. Enough! I've already told you that I cannot say. Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. We still need to use the flames and the scales, really? Seishiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you shall be found. Guilty. That's kind of interesting, because usually whenever we find the culprit, the judge he always takes time to pronounce the defendant not guilty. He doesn't pronounce the other guy, the culprit, guilty, because technically it's not their trial. But this is Strongheart we're talking about. And may I remind those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of his body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt. Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, Strongheart has very piercing eyes, doesn't he? Kind of like, yeah, in Yu-Gi-Oh! They draw the eyes like very triangular. Yes, thank you. Is something wrong? I'm just a little troubled by his silence. The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey, and this extraordinary assassin exchange, we do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor. As you wish. Now for the formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendants Baroque Van Zieks.
Objection!
The prosecution calls for abjuration to be deferred. Counsel. The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all, and therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position. What? But Judge Jigoku has already confessed. Nevertheless, Baroque Van Zieks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony, he was coerced into complying with the plot. Into the sick, merciless assassin exchange. Okay, but you were part of this too, technically. Well, that may be true, but... So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself. Well, certainly, that would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Baroque Van Zieks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt, beyond all reasonable doubt. What? What? Order, order, order. The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case? Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zieks very thoroughly in that regard, and they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim he is the Reaper. Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed. What do you mean? It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself. Which means, we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zieks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes. That explains Kazuma's silence before. To stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zieks unwittingly started 10 years ago. Very well, whilst it's extremely irregular. I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he had with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. Pray turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify this vile and unremitting accusation. Van Zieks hasn't changed. At least he's undeterred. Hasn't soured the contents of my hollowed chalice. Lord Van Zieks! I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now, and ever since that time, I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now, and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. Then, let justice decide, Lord Van Zieks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution, that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. And what says the defense? Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment. He's not thinking logically. You're right, and he's not himself. But I knew it would be like this, and I came here today determined to face him through whatever it might arise. As a lawyer, and as his friend. Then that's what we must do. The defense has no objection, my lord. Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand, and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. As you wish, my lord. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange. So you deny all accusations by the prosecution, both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey, and that you masterminded the assassin exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony given by the accused to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yes. Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? A desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty. From all my experiences in this courtroom, come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said. I want you to remember what you said, Kazuma. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness. Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you've convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. I think I know what it is, but I don't know if I should jump straight to presenting, or if I should press first, just in case I need to press before I'm able to present it. I'll just press on this then. Or not this.
Hold it!
There's a link between you and Gregson, though. Of course. We were close acquaintances. We'd work on numerous cases together. I considered the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons. He did? Such as what? Where to buy good fish and chips, and such like. Is that a joke, Van Zeeks? Well, that was convincing. Dr. Wilson was a coroner, of course, but that was some time in the past. In any case, I understand it was several years ago now he was invited to work at a Japanese university. That's right. He was a visiting professor at Imperial Yume University in Tokyo. It should be unambiguously clear that no link exists between myself and him. In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the oceans to kill the man. It sounds plausible enough, and I want to believe it. Something about that just doesn't sit right with me. Yeah, that's right. Okay, I'll present it.
Objection!
What is this? An autopsy report. You see, because I'm kind of surprised, because usually, as the game progresses, the testimonies get harder and harder, and that requires you to press witnesses, get new evidence, add them to amend their statements, then present new evidence on their new statements, and then get other people to react. So because it's a final case, that's why I'm hesitant to present evidence without having pressed too much, because I'm like, it's a final case, right? I shouldn't be able to present something right away, but apparently that's been the case like 3 times now. Maybe it's because there's no more evidence to be had. Wait, this is 10 years old, from the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. What? My brother's autopsy report. I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Order in the court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel? This, the autopsy report of the professor's final victim, is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that accursed name again, the professor. I've personally researched all the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls. And as for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zeeks, it was unthinkable. But someone employed the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible in the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes, and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Zeeks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out but the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated. If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death. That's outrageous. And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan, and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange. Order! Order once! 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain. Whatever the cost. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Kazuma, you know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, it's nothing more than a wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. What? As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seishiro Jigoku. My true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged what I'd already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in the autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Karma, before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Right, I see. You're that Asogi's young lad, are you? And what? You're gonna cut me down with that thing, is that it? That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately, back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admit it then. The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated. It was for the good of the court of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak. I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it. That's right. Even then. So, that's when the tip of the sword broke. Oh, Kazuma-sama. If the results of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer, Gregson, and the lead coroner, Wilson, must have known about it. They could only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Baroque Van Zeeks. In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Exactly, and as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity could only have been that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Baroque Van Zeeks.
Objection!
Kazuma Asogi. What? What you've just told the court, are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? And I heard it with my own ears. A shameful admission. In that case, I know the name of the Reaper. What? What? Lord Van Zeeks? I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. If Lord Van Zeeks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there's only one other person who could have done something like that. And I believe I know who it is too. You? Just had a feeling this name was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is... Okay, plus the fact, I don't know, because Asogi's saying he has evidence, but his evidence was what Gregson said, but Gregson's dead, so technically he doesn't have any tangible evidence, so I feel like that's the out here for our culprit.
Take that!
The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Male Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart. Yes, it's true that 10 years ago, the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court, but he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, had been killed. What? And I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. Well, Lord Van Zeeks, 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, but I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. Okay, but if Asogi did all his research, surely he would have come up with that information, right? He seems so surprised about it. But he should have known. Maybe he didn't do his research. I mean, obviously it makes for a better plot this way, but... I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now... it was very much mistaken. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seishio Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. And the court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. But you're not the defense, that's me. It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. You're not going to defend yourself. You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zeek's autopsy. That's utterly untrue.
Objection!
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And where is your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. You mean to say... And I forget how the system works in your little backwater country. But in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Ugh! Order! Order in the court! Following Inspector Gregson's murder, and in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify at the events of 10 years ago, is there? So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution, and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections. Kazuma, he's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zeek's autopsy. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope.
Objection!
Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy. Don't be ridiculous! There's no one left. Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me. Kazuma, Please, this trial can't end. Not yet. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeek's is...
Take that!
Heaven help us, in other Japanese. An expert in forensic medicine, my lord, Professor Yujin Mikotoba. 16 years ago, he came to London with Seishiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student. And what could his testimony possibly tell us? Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature. It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. The defense's demand is denied. What? But Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to stand in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Prosecutor Sogi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the reaper of a masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims, and make your case complete. At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence. That's exactly why we need witness testimony. The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Sogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due time by the proper authorities.
Objection!
But we know what will happen. That'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. By which you mean me. Your punishment for this contemptuous behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Sogi, you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asogi. Ugh. Ah! That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Mr. Sholmes! This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once.
Objection!
Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should also hear what he has to say. Lord Male Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It would seem we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the prevarications of your superiors? Order! Order in the court! It seems to me we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. The auditors in the gallery have no rights to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence! He's right. The judge has absolute authority here. Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end. But would that really do? I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Is there a single person here present who can honestly say the same? What's that? The trial should go on. Summon the witness. That's right. We need to clear this up before that young Japanese fellow is reprimanded in custody. Oh, look at Kazuma. Those eyes. It's almost like we're seeing the old Kazuma we knew come back. My lord, you assured those present you would uncover the whole truth here. Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law. A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. On with the trial! On with the trial! Well, my lord, you hear the voice of British justice, I take it? I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence. The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene. A recess won't be necessary, my lord. Pardon? Mikotoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikotoba is here in the courthouse. Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you have no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, yes. I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you. Absolutely. It's still in my pocket. She sends her regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Oh, of course. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand. So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. Maelstrom, of course, referring to Male Strongheart in his name. Oh, we do get a save point here, don't we? That means I replenished my life points, right? For my stupid mistakes from trying to rush. Sweet. Alright. Isn't that exciting? Things are ramping up. And you know, the more I think about it, when I was replaying this game, I told you I was paying very careful attention to what Asogi was saying during those first couple cases. I was also paying very careful attention to what Male Strongheart was saying every time we spoke with him. Why was it that he was the one every time that reminded us that we may not have known what Kazuma's true intention was coming here? Well, it's obvious now. It's because he's the one that's behind everything. He's the one who organized the assassin exchange, isn't he? So all his words he's been saying make a lot more sense now when you look back in retrospect. So I urge you, if you ever get the chance to play this game yourself, which I highly recommend, even if you've seen me play it, play through it again. Listen to what everyone's saying. Think about all the foreshadowing happening. Think about all the things that people have said that become very important pieces of evidence later on. It's a very well-written game. I love it. And they were able to do this because both of the games were direct sequels. Unlike other Ace Attorney games, they had a plot they could cover in 10 trials instead of only 5. Okay. Let's continue. I don't think I need a break. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Yujin Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... this is Dr. Maria Gori, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand? Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared. You summon the strange Japanese man as a witness to the autopsy. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too. And that's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too. Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, wouldn't we? The Ministry of Justice? Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long time, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands you were visiting students of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure. Mama is far more skilled than a Japanese man. Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes, I noted all the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it. Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have such a good view of all the innards. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeek's autopsy would never have happened. He was absolutely convinced it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was a result of that autopsy that mass murder was apprehended, and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here. And that's why I'm here too. Very well then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication that autopsy reports having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by Western-style sword, transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange. There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence, removed from the man's stomach. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim, as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. No indication. Nothing to suggest fabrication. Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to in a testimony. Ah. Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is a fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat, the man is clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeek's death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. If I may, my lord, there was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All four of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. Oh, such horrifying crimes. But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeek's, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. That's enough! I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examination every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Ryunosuke. I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene that letter of the law. And I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree. Ugh! Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication in the autopsy reports having been fabricated.
Hold it!
You couldn't say? No, sadly not. But then you couldn't say there was any indication either, could you? No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously, I could have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing? Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting, or pass some implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team. Quite, yes. So would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that? Professor Mikotoba, think! Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you? Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact.
Hold it!
In all the previous 4 killings attributed to the Professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled. Correct. And yet Lord Van Zieks was stabbed. Ah, do you mean to say you think Lord Clint Van Zieks may not have in fact been one of the Professor's victims? There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time. But Genshin Asogi confessed to all his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of hell.
Hold it!
I like how we asked Mikotoba to testify, and then Maria Gori just kind of interjects and adds her testimony to it as if she was there. But you weren't actually present at the autopsy there yourself, were you, Dr. Gori? Does that matter? Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Scythe, were in the stand, but... I've read all the paperwork about the case. Mama's told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report. I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides, the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma. I see. Mama told me all about it. Oh? She said there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable. Unbelievable? What do you mean? Come on, Dr. Gori, what was it?
Hold it!
What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? Well, it was sparkling and round, with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps. It was a ring, belonging to Genshin Asogi. But my father's ring was inside the victim's stomach. At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand, the 4th or ring finger. I'd understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not, it was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they?
I brought the ring, along with me today.
What?
Here it is, a bit dusty from years in stores.
Gracious, yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And that was found inside the victim's stomach. Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that? Well, it's just thinking back now. I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Oh my, really?
At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gory, the removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? She just hides behind her mask. However it came to be here, the court cannot deny is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Very well. You may submit it. He like rolled his eyes there when he said that. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel.
We must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed.
A ring belonging to Genshin Asogi found in Lord Van Clid's stomach during the autopsy. The claws grasping the gem look sharp enough to cause a very nasty scratch. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting an equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring.
Yes, if you're clumsy, you can give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think.
Ow! Now my finger's bleeding. The claws really are sharp.
Oh my, there was a very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you.
Who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely.
A sticky mochi bun of that size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle.
Somebody as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow.
Objection!
The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed. Did you, Professor Mikotoba? That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? That this ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence, right here, that's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual is noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, there are sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No. And there you have arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. And why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember that conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Look at this! Now, this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But, isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikotoba? Well, if you swallowed a ring of that size, with those sharp metal claws, that is, surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus, torn mucous membranes at the very least. Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
I don't think so, Dr. Gory. Rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished.
We open up the dead to find the truth.
I beg your pardon.
But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up, with all her secrets inside. That's wrong.
Dr. Gory, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I have of Genshin Asogi saving my life. What? My father saved your life? It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep, you're coming with us! All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. And the next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He shielded me. It was on that ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Are you saying? I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now, I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean... the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night?
Objection!
You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? And what do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up, so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrested. Kazuma. Open your eyes. Ryunosuke, you must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you're so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born of it. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? Oh. In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then... Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence. An obvious conclusion at which he should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Yeah. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of the final victim 10 years ago. Ah! But if that autopsy was all above board, there'll be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection!
Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma? What's this latest absurdity, Counsel? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole. I beg your pardon. You claim my father's silence was due to the fact there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Silence that would lead him to being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection!
Oh, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me? Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show there's a reason for his father's silence in his trial. A reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was an innocent. Could have been part of some negotiation, perhaps. Enough rhetoric! The court must be shown evidence! What proof do you have that possibly explain Asogi's silence in court? It has to be his papers. I mean, the real reason is if I had the article of Enoch Drebber, that would have been better, right? Or should I present Mr. Vigil's dismissal papers? No, I don't think that's quite right. Because the idea is, if he didn't die from his execution, and he rose from the grave, that means maybe he knew that he wasn't going to be executed.
Take that!
This is the defense's answer to that question. Okay, that wasn't on. As I indicated before, my patience for rhetoric is growing thin. You could have at least accompanied the penalty with an explanation of why that answer was wrong. If Kazumasawa's paper knew the evidence being used to convict him was fabricated, why would he have said nothing in his trial? Okay, it must be that, then. It was me, I protest my innocence until I was blue in the face. So if we're right about the autopsy results, there must have been a strong reason for his silence. Well then, perhaps he was saying nothing in exchange for some sort of clemency. Ah, that could be it. My lord, the defense would like to... Enough rhetoric! The court must be shown evidence! What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court, blah blah blah. I guess this is the only piece of evidence I have that has to do with the jailbreak. Again, I would say the best evidence would be the newspaper article, but I don't have it anymore.
Take that!
Yeah, it's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator for the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. In exchange for a silence in court, he was given an assurance he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way. Order! Order! First fabricated evidence and now jailbreak conspiracy. Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? People who could testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Ah! Governor Kaden and the poor chief warder of the prison. I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce, to summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What? Father? My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he's extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Kaden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Sholmes did that. Ah, are you telling me that? Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Yeah, don't give him any chance to recover himself. No recesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. Will the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? Barry Kaden, Governor of Barclay Prison. Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to... No, your other persona, if you don't mind.
Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
The reason you've been summoned here in court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. The professor! We've already been through all this before, a decade ago. But the conclusion was that there was anything untoward happened.
A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you call nothing untoward.
Ah, well.
The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison.
Governor Caden, don't imagine the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment.
Kazuma, are you really in the position to be saying that?
Ah, gods! Hold on there, laddie, all I did was... Witness! Governor Caden. Huh? Sir! You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Sogi, if you threaten the witness again, you'll be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord.
There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you're both involved in some way. So you testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place.
Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Sogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. There was a day the Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief ward of vigil here, but the plan put into action behind the scenes.
I was responsible for Asogi, right until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot.
I didn't ken if there was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty, for Her Majesty's Great British Empire.
A directive from the prosecutor's office. Are you saying it was a jailbreak plot?
Aye, that's right.
Who sent it? Who authorized that plan?
I didn't ken to that.
So, like, Hayden knew what was happening at the time and he let Daly take the fall for it. That's pretty awful.
You're saying you don't know? Listen, there wasn't a thing about that professor case that wasn't unusual in any way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you.
I see.
But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit. That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense.
Oh, yes, my lord.
I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination?
Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord.
Seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel.
Hold it!
You say you don't know who actually issued the directive.
Ah, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official.
But if that was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down who could have issued it straight away.
And it wasn't me. How can I say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office?
What? There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I cannot give you any indication of who is behind it.
You can't be serious. All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose.
The likes of us on the ground, as it were, didn't bother with idle speculation. We just got the job done.
Hold it!
So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all. That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor?
Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. Alright then, who else did know about the plan? Now, I've not the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I wouldn't be surprised if there was other folk in the prison service who'd been given similar orders.
So you don't know who else was involved?
Nah, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens.
Dr. Courtney Stevens, or Dr. Scythe, as she know now. Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business?
Hold it!
Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night? Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was a professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head.
Hideous treatment. The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles.
Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when a jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you?
Oh, Vigil. I can apologize enough.
No, Governor. I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened.
What else can you tell about the situation, Governor Caden? Ha!
Hold it!
But you've already acknowledged that orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation.
Ah, well. Be that as it may, I can nothing about that. The witness stand is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I can that much, I do.
And then I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you're just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. A man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. So that's what's be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence.
Hold it!
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety?
Aye, I did everything I could be at the time.
As you know, Genshin Asugi shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was it that part of the plan too?
My instructions were to do getting the jock out of the jail, nothing more. I can't tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
Excuse me!
Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Yes, sir? What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? What is it, some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden just said, was saying, seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors, in the name of my country.
Just as my father was betrayed, it seems.
But you see, thinking back now,
I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit, with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind, but the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all that chicaneries of an escape? Ah. Yes, that's quite true. If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. Huh? If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak, between Asogi and a body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist you explain these doubts you have. By amending your formal testimony... Gods! Ah, go on then. It seems to me the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with. Yeah, because he called this his final weapon. Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Avers, the fella couldn't possibly have anything like that. But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi Papers. The name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Ah! Turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in a cell in Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, did ya, wee rat? Did I tell you to keep that a secret? You can't touch me now? Yeah, you tell him, Vigil. No fear. Ah! When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder. Alright then, but what's on that paper? The last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon. And after that convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in a cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Yeah. Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow. What in the blaze are you blathering about? The will was found, right and proper, in the fellow's cell where I said it would be. How can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place, from top to bottom. Well, you didn't do a proper job, eh? Peely Wally Galoot. Good night. Thanks for coming to the stream and take care. I appreciate it. Sleep well. Yeah. Take care, guys. Thanks so much. You can't criticize me now. I showed it to you before, did I not, young lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, "The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi." Which means, everything is as should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Sogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former chief warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least sorely mistaken.
What? No. I definitely heard him say that. I swear.
Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi papers. A waste of time! If the will was fake, where is the real document?
Objection!
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now, you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. It's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something. It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office.
It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place.
Is your lordship just going to gloss over these obvious and reprehensible facts? What did you say?
We should hear more from the chief warder. Have him testify again.
The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard. It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament.
Yes, sir, my lord.
As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about the Asogi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called.
His kimono? That's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true.
Were you not satisfied with calling me a liar the once, you wee waffinger? Hey, come on, Caden. You're the one who called him a liar and then had him lose his job 10 years ago, and he's been living on the street ever since. Come on.
Huh. There's nothing you could do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than hold, you like to take on my cravats, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it?
He's like, come on, grab it. Take it. Here, I even propped it open for you. What a weird animation I'm stuck into.
Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared?
Yeah, Vigil. Give him that talking. Show that confidence after you've been timid and fragile this whole time. Show it to him. Aha! Little and large. What a double act. We complied with Asogi's will as far as was possible. All his personal effects were delivered to his family here in Japan, or home in Japan, as a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all my father's belongings arrived safely. Aye, and you cannot deny the handwriting that is of your old man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking it was my father's brushwork.
Really?
And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense. Your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. So would that mean that you converse with Mr. Asogi? Yes, certainly, though there was precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder. Yet he confessed in full to the crimes. I know. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. But he was so tranquil and intelligent. It put me in mind of an Eastern holy man. And what of the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes.
Hold it!
And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right. And like the bandit you are, you didn't tell me. A blatant breach of trust, that was. I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right. Ah, so when exactly was the will penned? That was before the man was remanded in Barclay, obviously. Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family and his homeland. In that case, why was it found in his cell? What do you mean by that? Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected it to have remained there for safekeeping, surely. Ah! It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell. Ah, well. The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor? A prison governor cannot be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office. In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter. I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time. The fact that my father's will was discovered in a cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery, then. Well, the truth about that will...
Hold it!
It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right? Yes. And when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "It can have disappeared completely in my face." Ah, well. It's done to the governor to keep everyone working as hard as they should. I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, you tell him, Susato. The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? But it proved impossible to find. That's right. Then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper. That blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead. Oh, you mean... The article based on Mr. Drubber's experience in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, that was it. The day after I'd read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made. Then you'd aided Genshin Asogi to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. I'm afraid that I really don't remember anything after that. As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else.
Hold it!
And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak. Ah, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office. What's name was on it? I didn't keep before, and I didn't can now. All I can tell you is my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside that fella's cell. Document. Was that the wording? Document, not will. Ah, and that's what it said. Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if that was really Genshin Asogi's last will and testament the sender of that directive was after. Continue with your testimony then, witness.
Hold it!
Mr. Asogi's kimono. Ah, the one he brought with him when he was locked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand. That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword. His sword? Karma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it being the soul of the clan. Could the man have a more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Ryunosuke. Respectful silence. Yeah, let the prisoner have a weapon. The warders carried firearms all times. The inmates had shackles around their ankles. You could have hurt anybody with that thing. Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials. Aye. He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see. Dr. Mikotoba was asked to bring necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office. Suzuri inkstone, black Subi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt. I was present when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say,
Is that right?
the letters just look like a squirming mass of jet black earthworms to me. Yeah, because he wrote it in Japanese. You guys wouldn't have known what he wrote. Thanks for coming to the stream. Take care and good night. Sleep well.
Excuse me!
Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil? Sir, it was Scarlet, sir. What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. Is this something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance. Possibly or possibly not. I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember it, the document was written in scarlet ink, or perhaps I'm mistaken.
Objection!
Wait, no, this is totally it. Okay, maybe I need to press him on the statement first. Because I know this is the answer. The witness's last statement exhibits a fundamental inconsistency. Not one that any British court would recognize, counsel. What? Remember, this is a closed court. Whatever befalls you in here, no one else outside will ever know. Should I be wondering if I should make it out of this courtroom alive? Okay, I need to press him on it first then.
Hold it!
Scarlet, you say? Well, yes. I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. Even by the dim light in the cell, I remember thinking it was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black. Witness! Is that really what you saw? What? Sir? Is something wrong, Lord Strongheart? I apologize. Continue. What do you make of that, Mr. Naruhodo? Were Lord Strongheart to be so visibly shaken in that way? Oh, didn't I have her? You can plainly see the writings here. It's black as the Earl of Hell's waistcoat. Well, yes, you're right. See, that's why I want to present the will on that statement, because it's not Scarlet. And I know exactly where this is going. But maybe I need another opportunity to do that. Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document Mr. Asogi was holding that night? Oh, well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back. But it was definitely a will, was it? Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Asogi told me. The court need waste no further time on this matter. We have the will in question in our possession. There's nothing more to add. A will written in scarlet ink. What did Mr. Vigil really see Kazuma's father holding, I wonder? If you have an inkling, Mr. Naruhodo, you must present it to the court at once. Well, I want to present it, but that testimony doesn't give much away. So this will really was penned by Kazuma-sama's father. I wonder what he could possibly have meant when he described it as a weapon. It's starting to sound very much like Mr. Asogi actually had nothing. But the plan to break him out of jail went ahead, which means he must have had some bargaining power. He must have been hiding something. It's the only explanation that makes sense. It's starting to sound like Mr. Asogi actually might have something. Which is it, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm not sure, but I feel as though I'm on the brink of understanding all this. Let's listen to all the information again and see what more we can learn. We can't overlook even the smallest detail. Absolutely. Okay, I know what the answer is, but I'm not sure if I'm doing it in the right order. I'm just afraid I didn't want to spoil this part for you guys, which is why I didn't do it. Okay, so okay, never mind. I don't have to worry about that, I think. Don't mind me. Okay, I gotta prove somewhere that his will was not black, but I can't use the will itself. Like, the problem is that because I know about what happens next, I don't want to accidentally think aloud and let slip something that you guys don't know yet, because I want to keep you guys in suspense for a bit longer. Oh, no, here, I got it. Now I remember.
Objection!
There we go. This is what I'm trying to go for. Scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What? Evers again! You've no evidence to say that! Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something in here that bothers me since I first read it. It states, the scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink. Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit, but I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, Counsel? My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document penned in the color of that ink and that was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing moments before his death? Then it was. If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that yes. Mr. Vigil. Sir. When you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A last will and testament. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said. You really think... Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. No. What?
Objection!
This is madness. My brother's last will and testament. That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No, impossible. That is utterly out of the question. Lord Van Zeeks. Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea he would willingly accept his own death is obscene.
Objection!
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. And that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact it during that jailbreak plot. Yes, there could be no question that will contained the information of utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. Ah! No. Couldn't be. And I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to having seen it serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
No, my lord. That's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. A reason why Lord Clint Van Zeeks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. Well, chat, have you guys figured it out? Any theories you want to let loose before we get going? But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruhodo. however difficult the situation might become. You will work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Miss Usato. So hold your head high, and keep soldiering on. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zieks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case. You think Clint was the real Reaper back then, but it doesn't make sense why he started it and why he's ending it. Any more questions? Ah, good! Good, good. Get that inquiring mind going. I love this game. It makes you think, doesn't it? The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Rinosuke! As soon as these words came out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and the testament of Lord Van Zieks, it was in fact... You can do it, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zieks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
Enough, Counsel. What are you saying? Did you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor? Then that would mean... Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in, but it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asogi at all. Ah! No! You can't be suggesting! It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zieks himself. It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box. The Great Van Zieks family, they've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years. And Lord Clint Van Zieks, he was a paragon of justice in the capital. But he was actually a mass murderer, a perpetrator of atrocities of vile nature. If the general public ever found out, law and order in the country would have been finished. My brother. Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zieks. I wonder though, did he never suspect? Mr. Naruhodo, Lord Baroque Van Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? Order! Order! Order in the court! Lord Van Zieks. The Professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balmung. He was a well-known RP server full of people to go and meet each other on Crystal Data Center. Oh, wrong game. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. A jewel-studded collar? That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. A jewel-studded collar, stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across the collar during our time in London. How could you? There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B. What? An emblem bearing the initial B. Oh my, do you know it? It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubts then, the collar you've described was Balmung's. The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zeek's widow. There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey. So is it true then? Clint Van Zeeks really was the professor? Impossible. Those Japanese are making it all up to exonerate their own. So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? 10 years have passed, and still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then, you may have the truth. Tell me then, tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Zeeks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Clint. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed, the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. These dazzling new developments meant even deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zeeks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth had once again been unearthed by a Japanese. Once again, what do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor! Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt. You must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. That man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion. whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive as yet, but he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. Now I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Asogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zeek's manor on his own. We can only imagine what had happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course, Lord Clint Van Zeek's perished. I don't believe this.
So, in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did.
He made the late Lord Van Zeek's meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. And as soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at the time. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret, and to guard the secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it, that you're behind it all. It was you, then, who pinned the crimes of my father. I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. So then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson. Obviously, he opposed me at first. Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that. There's no question it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zeeks. The house staff had made statements they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, I have no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short of a murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage, for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. But I make myself clear, Detective. I mean, yes, it was a rampage. But I don't know, when I think rampage, I don't think of 5 victims. I think of like 10 or more, but... I mean, times were different back then, so obviously. Blimey. So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help. Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned his discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhand dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi. Me? Perhaps you have no desire to return your homeland, Asogi. What? Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel. Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty, so whatever rash claims you make in court will have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi: the gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. Documents revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order. You understand. So, what's it to be, Asogi? Kazuma. That's so sad. He did it for me. And as I told him at the time, my motive is simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
Objection!
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mael Strongheart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Baroque Van Zieks? Now, I think what is very, very clever, and again, I praise this game for so many things, including the music and the sound design, and I gotta point it out now because I'm gonna forget. Earlier, we heard the theme of the Professor, the music theme. Of course, we've heard it so many times. If you listen very carefully, very, very carefully, the music theme of the Professor has a few notes similar to Strongheart's theme and similar to Baroque Van Zieks' theme. Some of the notes or melody or whatever you call it, I'm not a music person, is shared with the Professor's theme song. Let that sink in for a while. The music itself was foreshadowing this. That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? What brazen? I knew you'd play the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could have never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of a young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe. Dr. Scythe. So with that execution of the Professor, and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. My lords, ladies and gentlemen, I do hereby confess it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. I think it's fascinating that we got him to confess to this without even ever getting him on the witness stand. He was on the judge's table the whole time. And again, think about this. In Ace Attorney history, we've never had a judge get named, say Shiro, and then he became a witness, and then he was convicted. And then the judge in the judge's place of that trial was also guilty of something. It's fascinating, isn't it? However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. I'm also surprised he's admitting to everything so easily now, but I guess we'll see what happens next, huh? Lord Strongheart did it. An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still, all those who died at the Reaper's hand were brought into the core anyway. If it was all about aid of keeping London safe, there is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. Can he do this? Can the trial really end now?
Hold it!
I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zieks. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. That made you suspect? Yes. But it was only once, not more. Only once, really. Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That will do. Neither Clint Van Zieks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But... there are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I explained. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Objection!
Thank you, Kazuma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon. As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. Well, it began with Lord Van Zeeks and his recollection of his brother. But Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. I merely pointed out we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So what on earth is the contradiction? One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Ryunosuke, think back over his words, find the problem. Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain? Explain what, Counsel? Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent! And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation. Ryunosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statements you are making, Counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contain a contradiction. With which piece of evidence, I ask you?
Take that!
This here is a will left behind by Mr. Asogi. A 2-paged will. What? Yet moments ago, your precise words were... the 3-paged last will and testament. Ah! Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? For a moment I thought perhaps you had identified something worthwhile. But it's a mere trifle, I see. Trifle. Governor Caden! What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. I was there, sure. I remember the black, wear-em-like scrawls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time. What? Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. And we wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the 3rd page ought to be sent.
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? I have a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me. The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, Counsel. As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the document with me here now. My father's message will be given to you at the end of these proceedings. It'll be too late once the trial's over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing might give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now. Your request is denied. The inevitably maudlin words can be of no consequence now.
Objection!
The prosecution agrees. The court should know the contents of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well then, Governor Caden. You will read the 3rd page of the document for all present to hear. Yes, sir. Only, I should point out, my lord, that I cannot actually read Werim language. This beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry. If I could be of assistance here, I'd be glad to I'd be happy to translate the words into English for the court. Father. You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba? Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. Perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I translate Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness, a darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the end of the message, it would seem. A haiku poem, twist thy head. Father, what is Karma? The name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I have been accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zieks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother. Too much time has passed, we cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever. Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard you state time and time again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen.
Objection!
What about Inspector Gregson, then? And Dr. Wilson. They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it you're hiding? Dr. Mikotoba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem the defense has no more evidence to present. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record. This is my last chance. Mr. Naruhodo, I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I? Wait, my lord? As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. What? Don't be absurd! Yeah, listen to that overture to Pursuit playing. There is nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
It's high time you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny ability, producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense! What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? I dare say, the final, decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you... Decisive! Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so, then. Present whatever you think you have settled this decade-old enigma if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive? So originally, when I examined Karma, I didn't want to mention it, but I hovered my cursor over the hilt here and nothing lit up. That was me testing to see if I could do that beforehand. The answer is no. Mighty Karma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck, that's the trouble. Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Oh, I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago, and as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is a part at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe. Kashira. So Mr. Sogi's words really mean, twist the butt of the hilt. You don't think... Ah! Look what's inside it! Is that... a tightly wound sheet of parchment? Scarlet ink! It's written in scarlet ink! I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end! Clint Van Zeeks, and the date, 10 years ago, on that fateful night. So for 10 years it's been silently concealed inside Karma and no one knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks has been hidden inside the Great Sword Karma for years. A trump card left behind by Genshin Asogi. Shall we read it? Oh, they won't even let me read it here. Okay, I guess we have to wait for them to read it.
Take that!
There's a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it has escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. That's right, it was. Only, I have it right here, discovered just moments ago. Impossible! This can't be! Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is a key that will unlock the entire mystery. My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Inside Karma. That ultimate weapon Genshin Asogi attained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of the sword all these years. Just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly look official. My god, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting, there could be no mistake. I forbid the contents of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it!
Objection!
You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once. Why? Why are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection!
Yeah, get that leggy out. Do that, my lord, and you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon. Forcibly ending a trial without good reason. Not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. Lord Clint Van Zeeks really did pen a will that day. It's exactly as the young Japanese man said. Read it out, now! We have the right to hear what's in that will, a right and a duty. Well, well, my lord, it would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to quite as you'd hoped. You fools! Go ahead, Rinosuke, read it. The prosecution gives its full support. Very well then. No! For God's sake! No! I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m., and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor. An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. I, Clint Van Zieks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zieks estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes, at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized I had lost the last shred of decency within me, and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light. Be it I, or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night, I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. So now we know, yes, Clint Van Zieks was a murderer, but somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you! Well, Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court had just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature, and the countless lives you've sacrificed up till now. It just didn't make any sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zieks, to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say, tantamount to cowardice if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man. The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done to the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection!
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too? Ah, Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed. I don't believe you! It was you, wasn't it? You killed him! No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Judge Jigoku! There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Seishiro, you fool. As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go according to plan. Ah! There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Drebber. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London's cemeteries, but that grave on that particular night... Blast! If people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire. Then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Asogi at once. He can't live now this has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? You had an agreement! You promised him you could return to Japan! Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished. Forever. Come on, Jigoku, do it. Pull the trigger. Shoot! Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to 2 things. Never to remove the professor's mask, never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. I'm surprised he didn't have Madame Tuspels and Enoch Drebber killed too, knowing him. Of course, then we wouldn't have witnesses. So, now you know what really happened in Logate Cemetery that night. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see? He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. But just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard. By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murder a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? These past 10 years, I've fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld, and I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme.
Objection!
That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you? I saved Clint Van Zeeks from dishonor in his death.
Objection!
Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable! It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. What, can't you see what I've done for this country? It's been my struggle.
Objection!
You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zeeks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court, whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life going in the pursuit of the truth he tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You, little... When will you get through your thick skulls? That it was all for the Queen of the country? I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Ah! Well, dear me, my good fellows, dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for quite a marvelous performance. What are you talking about? Those delightfully grave expressions, the beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. You fraud, keep your mockery. Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you've both said. Did all that clapping remind you of a certain other Ace Attorney villain in the original trilogy, perhaps? What are you trying to say? I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld and, how do you put it, done nothing. I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can't be indicted for nothing, no? What? It's true. Personally, I've committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed.
Objection!
You can't get away with that. You're consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. And what? Threaten them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know the darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down I believe you also know. To fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely, as it was 100 years ago when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. Is that all that was expected of this trial? All those other matters have been discussed, and will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order, and to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords and ladies, gentlemen, what say you? I keep forgetting that I have other expressions on my little live 2D model because I'm always too busy talking to use them, but I think I need to expressly say, Lord Strongheart, you suck. You really suck. Look at you, this stupid smug expression, trying to avoid everything, wrecking everyone's lives, the Van Zeeks, the Asogis, Ryunosuke's, Gregsons, the Scythes. You are awful, and completely worse than all the other villains of Ace Attorney we have encountered thus far. And that's what makes you a great villain, I'd say, for this duology, but man. Here's my angry face to you, sir. Very angry. He has a point. The things Lord Strongheart has done are quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, isn't our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? You can't deny the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate. And by fair means or foul, that's all thanks to Lord Strongheart. Are you hearing this? This is the will of the British judiciary? Van Zeeks just sips his wine. Yeah, people's faith in the judiciary is lost. If this is what the judiciary is, I think their faith is right to be lost. For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the records shall be erased. You have to respect the man's ability to turn his situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. You've conclusively proven his guilt, yet still he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. Ryunosuke. It looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open to me. Dang, they all silenced when Ryunosuke hit his desk. Yes, as I know only too well. The only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence. Yes, listen to that, guys! This is the best track in the game! This is the Great Pursuit. It's a remix of Ryunosuke's objection theme mixed with Overture to Pursuit. But, Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage in this trial? I thought this music played after we presented the evidence, not just as we were about to. I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there was any time for using this particular item we have amongst the evidence, it's now. Where to go? Oh.
Take that!
Oh my, yes! It's Mr. Sholmes asked if you had it with you earlier. We've exposed all of our Strongheart's wrongdoings now. I have no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. Oh wait, we've never examined this piece, have we? I just want to see what the flavor text is. What a charming little rabbity version of Mr. Sholmes. Do you suppose this is how Iris sees him? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Your eyes are veritably boring into poor doll's ears. Oh, sorry, I was just wondering. What do you suppose would happen if I were to tug its ears with all my might right now? I'm sure that we'll find out when the time is right. To become a proper gentleman, you must learn stoic patience. But I want to know... So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you? Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then. and heave. Alright, here goes. Heave! Ow, 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 ow! My dear fellows, must I remind you every time, a gentle tug will suffice. Mr. Sholmes, you're looking quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo. Because I'm over here. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, he's... It's Mr. Sholmes. I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes. Delighted to be here again. Lord Strongheart. What? What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him. Put that man in the irons. This is the closed court. You've been warned once already, man. What the? We can't get hold of him, my lord. We just go right through him. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted, you see? They even made him do animations just for this. The great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Well, yes. I heard that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electric signal and transmitted instantly to another place. Quite. Sounds are transmitted, so could not images be them company? I'm mused? Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes? What a modest description. He surpassed even our inventions from here in 2021. And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes. Now you're just being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes? Ah, I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shocking arrival. Poor father. I would hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner. Leave my courtroom at once! Get out, or I swear to you! Dear me, you on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I'm at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden? Not just any garden, you understand? A garden at Buckingham Palace. What? You can't be. Buckingham Palace. What's Buckingham Palace, Mr. Sato? I've never heard of it. Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes. Is Iris with you there? Ah, well now, Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Her Majesty? Not just any Her Majesty, you understand? Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire. What? What on earth is this about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo. Order! Order in court! I demand immediate silence! Her Majesty the Queen! You can't be! I mean, no! This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by third-rate detective, that's all? Unforgivable distasteful trickery. What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presumed that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So, I decided to show her everything, from start to finish. Huh? You showed her? Indeed. By dint of the Herlock Sholmes remote cinematograph. You meddling! This is some kind of nightmare. See, like, normally I don't really like Deus Ex Machina kind of conclusions where someone just kind of pulls something out of a hat and solves everything, but somehow it fits in the scene, and the fact that it's Sholmes and the way they've built up his character, it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. I mean, they could have been boring and just said the Queen was in the audience, right, in disguise, But no, he had to go this extra mile and do this. It's extraordinary. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with the talk of my latest invention. No doubt, you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there will be no objection. After all, every trial in this court or in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. You... I confess I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. No, I was merely... Oh, so sorry to keep you waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Vicky. That's so cute. Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty. A message. Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, ahem. I'm guessing they probably didn't want to model and make the Queen a character, probably out of respect, and also because, you know, it's an extra character and so forth, so. Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, it seems Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Male Strongheart, the darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and in Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. Adjourned! 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 Court is adjourned! Lord Clint Van Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damn document. I searched the cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume. What do you mean? The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. In point of fact, I think perhaps there isn't the case. Sorry? How can that be? There is more to his last will and testament. What? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Baroque, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds shall not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. Asogi is a fine detective, and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks. Clint. Male Strongheart, you colluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans, and you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth of what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. As for that promotion, I need to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And as for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you have killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as... You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. Ah. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend. Oh, you're back! I forgot you came back. You're back. Good, you're here. Mr. Judgy, we love you. My lord. As a member of the judiciary, I've been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years is at last been dispelled, thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. On behalf of everyone else here present at the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations that if British justice so warped and twisted over its long history was finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it. What? By the time I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility, I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent. Oh, Lord Van Zeeks. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody Certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Sogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Mrs. Sato, helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. Not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief. I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. Truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for so long now, but actually it's not true. The truth also causes great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth. Do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows, until eventually, it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. Man, I love how humble he is too. Takes the time to thank everyone else and say, you know, it wasn't just me, it was a group effort. I think that's so commendable, because I think so much nowadays, especially with social media, people forget all the people that help them get to where they are, whether it be work, or online, or friendships, or in life. We all have relationships and people help us get there. And it's so important to remind those people and say thanks every once in a while to those people, and not just say, well, I'm fantastic because everything was my own doing, because usually that's not the case. In fact, it's never the case. That's why I also want to thank you guys always for coming to the stream and making sure that you're, you know, here to support me. I super appreciate it. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting British justice system have been silenced. Thank you very much. So, until our paths cross again somewhere. Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end. My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord. So technically, not in terms of hours, well I guess maybe if you consider so, this is the longest case in all of Ace Attorney history if you count the combination of Twisted Karma and His Last Bow and Ryunosuke Naruhodo's resolve, or the resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Both cases combined make the longest case in all of Ace Attorney history, not just in hours, but also because this trial technically in universe spanned over 3 days. And no other case in Ace Attorney spans over 3 days. Not even the last case of Spirit of Justice, I think, spans more than 3 days in total. Just a neat little fact. I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Baruch Van Zeeks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendants Baruch Van Zeeks not guilty. It's amazing no one was injured in that fire attack at the end. But stay tuned, there's still one loose end we have yet to discuss. Do you remember what it is? That is all. Court is adjourned. It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much?
Mr. Naruhodo, I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you.
Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Mr. Sato.
Oh. Your kind words mean so much to me.
It really was a very splendid show, that, Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict. But in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my clients a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure it's what a lawyer ought to be doing.
Oh well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Zeek's smiling face, everything will seem much better.
Mrs. Zato, everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder.
Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. Where you have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today. Well, it's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact at court today.
Oh. Well, thank you. What magnanimous words! I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here.
Kazuma. Mrs. Zato. There's another face like thunder here.
Oh my, he really was here.
Lord Van Zeeks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me, or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear.
Kazuma-sama.
I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me.
What's that?
The will that Lord Cliff Van Zeeks wrote before his duel with my father. Sogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He's agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks. What could the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that.
What? Father?
It was 10 years ago, as you know. The day before the execution was scheduled, I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agree to it, Seishiro and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Yujin, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there. A lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way, and she's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to tend to her. Please, you're her only hope. By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew, as his dying wish. My goodness. I swore to the man that I would help, that I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on. What did you say? If something should happen to you, tomorrow night, you're going to be... You never know though, do you? What life will bring. Alright then, tell me the address. I'll head there at once, with Seishiro and... No, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Yujin. Right, I see. Very well then. Have you figured it out yet, chat? That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house in the middle of nowhere it was. An old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It clearly had been well looked after over the years, made of top-quality leather with fine stitching. It was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville. But Baskerville? You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zieks? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware he even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. What? Well, your brother said he'd confessed everything to his wife, so she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. Ugh. So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zieks family as much as possible. I don't believe it. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zieks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, This Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. Without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. Oh, how awful. I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume. Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it, on the spot. Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold. Really. All that could be said I did for the child was to give her a name. Oh? When I had come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba. In other words, the name of my mother, Ayame Mikotoba. Oh! That's right, Ayame. Or in English, Iris. Iris. I had no idea. Ouch! Miss Naruhodo, what's wrong? This little thing just pinched me on behind through my trouser pocket. Hard. Oh, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ow! Hey, yes, we can hear you. You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you. Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you're simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief Justice would require such measures. No, Susie! Oh, Iris! Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious. Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris. Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too. What? Ugh. I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again. No, really? Oh, pooh. But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. Oh, how lovely. You've promised now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then. Alright, Iris. Thank you for all your help earlier. Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon. Ow! Ugh! One final pinch goodbye, was it? Yep, Iris is Baroque Van Zeek's niece. So it's Iris Van Zeek's or Iris Baskerville? Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zeek's, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Wait, Lord Van Zeek's. Yes. What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. Oh no! I intend to publicize the full truth about the Professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zeek's family will be ostracized completely from London society. Surely not. So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Don't be a fool. Oh, that was you. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? Beg your pardon? The scarf on Kazuma and Banziks? Yeah, they're very similar, aren't they? For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here, I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yeah, Franziska von Karma also has a similar, like, floofy ribbon cravat thing. Kazuma Sogi. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly. He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. We must. Aw, I kinda wanted to have dinner with Van Zeeks. Aw, another time. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. I'm home. Ah! About time you got here. We've been waiting ages, Otto. But what are you doing with that colorful piece of history? It's a party, ain't it? It's gotta go off with a bang. I mean fireworks, ideally. When you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it? There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. Right. I'll remember that. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this. It's the most extraordinary thing. I assure you, it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikotoba. Ah, the world-famous great detective, regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess where you suppose the Phoenix runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin. I would believe it, yes. I say, Miss Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise. I wonder why that is, Maybe because I was there at the scene, as well, Sholmes. Some things never change. What? You were? Then why the deuce didn't you say so before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikotoba. I'm back from the Bailey. Not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Miss Susato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time. Ah, Runo, there you are. Dinner is on the table, everyone. Please do come take a seat. Time to fill me boots. Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yup, I'm losing me copper's clobber and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. You're really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny? Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... Oh. And anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never gonna accept a diver turned dick, is he? Well, people can change, you know? Ah yes, that reminds me. I'd rather thoughtfully offer to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence. Eh? It's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown has been reattached. Aw, Gregson's theme. That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years, without fail, he measured every second of the man's remarkable career. But now, it stopped. Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again. Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. It's gotta be me. There ain't no one else.
Quite right.
I mean, after all, the boss was... well, he was my boss.
Yes, Ginny. Yes, he was.
Oh yeah, I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. Oh. Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it, and I swear. I'll find your dad and bring him kicking and screaming. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well...
I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny.
Iris?
Well, obviously, I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caught such a lot of trouble trying to find out. For so many people. Hurley, Runo, Professor Miki.
Oh no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone.
Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it. Because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is, or where he's from. Don't you agree? Hurley?
Aww. Aww. She's such a mature little girl. With every word, Iris.
Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy.
I think Mikatoba. Yes, Sholmes. I think I ought to express my gratitude to you. No? For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it, were it not for you. You old softy, Sholmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you agree?
Oh, well, the food would get cold, that's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley.
Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've lived here. But I think now, time has come. Time to bid this place farewell.
Naruhodo.
Oh, that was you. Oh, Professor! Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Yes, Susato-san went out for dinner. Yes, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needs to take care of. Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? With Iris, I mean. When the subject of her father came up. Lord Clint Van Zeeks. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin, after all. Lord Clint Van Zeek's final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes. I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why? When I read Soseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. We stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you decided to investigate that insignia sooner or later, you'd have made the connection to the Van Zeeks. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time. Ah yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those 2 clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented the story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. I see. Something I've never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris is the Hound of the Baskerville story, I mean. Shomes sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled of what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk. Which is where Susato came across it, of course. Ah. It was the only case Shomes and I ever pursued that didn't record in the meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Shomes and I discussed the matter and decided we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Shomes for safekeeping. So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father. That's right, because Shomes had told me how astute she's become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. Oh? I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it'll be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I want to talk to you about something else too. Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite certain? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, my becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Shomes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. In the path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'm be going back to Japan as. And that's the path a I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there. I have. Very well then. I must say, it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow. I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame. Never mind. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night. Susato-san. I just wanted to let you know I'm back. Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry. I did, yes. I couldn't help but... Oh, how much did you hear? Well... From the part about Iris's real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. So you've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Ah, yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out. Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew that's what you decided, Naruhodo-san. You did? Susato-san. Ah, yes? I suppose this means it has to be a farewell soon. I suppose. You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'd certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. Can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Oh, yes. You're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or locum should be ashamed of themselves. Susato-san. Thank you. Oh gosh, I love them. It doesn't even matter what type of relationship people would formulate in their heads or whatever people want to believe. I just love the relationships and dynamics between all the characters in this game so darn much. Gosh. I can't believe this day's finally come. You're really leaving then, Runo? I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will. Aw, it's kind of like it reflects the ending of the previous game too, where Susato was the one leaving. Of course. Promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while. I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think. Alright, Iris, you do that.
Susato-san.
Oh, it's voice acted. Sweet.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke,
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me, the demon that reared its ugly head that day.
Oh, Kazuma's theme.
It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector, but it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on, I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
What? I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Or when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba?
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
No, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me. Ah!
What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Bruno! Your ship's about to leave!
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Runosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword. One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
I love this relationship between the three of them, and I really like how the game leaves it open-ended too. So it's not like a direct, like, they don't force some stupid love triangle or they don't force some romance or anything. It's up to you to enjoy, and honestly, it can go any way, I think, and it would seem natural. They're all just such great characters.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes! Would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain. A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
The ship with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes' face was alight with joy.
The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection!
Until we meet again, Bruno.
I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries about my remote cinematograph since that day, but I'm no purveyor of electrical goods, and what of the promised closed-court secrecy? Anyway, I've decided absence from London is in order, a sojourn in distant climes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever.
I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. It just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy." But it made Hurley cry. And I gave him some lotion I'd invented as well, to dye his hair red safely. But he said that might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it.
It's kind of odd to hear them talking without the little doot.
In those days, when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once, unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. But the darkness that once beset me is no more, and you too are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward toward a brighter future.
So that's why he's always clutching his prosecutor's badge. It's because it belongs to his brother.
The boss left a note for me, you know, and I can read it every letter now. A to Z, the whole lot. It's clear I loaded stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby are here to do for Londoners. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before you know.
Aw, Gina. Gina, the truth is, I'm not the upstanding fellow you think I am. You might be a diver at heart, but it's a good heart. You reminded me what I need to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London town for the foreseeable. And then, I've got to complete your education in the art of deduction a la Gregson, as they say.
Gregson is the first victim deceased at the end of a game to appear in a credit sequence. In all of Ace Attorney, he's the first one. Your Excellency, this man is accused of illegal entry into the office of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Objection! Objection! Oblique overstatements overruled! The Minister has been detained in Britain anyways! Who is this catfish counsel for the defense, and women are forbidden to enter the courtroom? Oh really? My friend Susato-san is in the British courtroom all the time, doing a wonderful job.
Perhaps I should have engaged the services of a regular legal team.
It's tough reading some of these in time because the text is scrolling faster.
and I can't click it forward.
Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting corpses?
Yes, they are. Fish corpses on the whole.
I like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama?
Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I?
No. And I'm glad.
Dr. Scythe is the third culprit to ever appear during a credit sequence. The first one was Ashley Graydon from the first Great Ace Attorney, and the second is a character from Spirit of Justice.
Here I am again in Great Britain on the invitation of my dear old university friend. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around now that everything was settled. But what have I done? I was so excited I picked this splendid hotel and now I can't afford the bill. Oh, Baruch, come to my rescue again, please. I wish I could just vanish into thin air sometimes.
When I went to make the waxwork impression of this killer in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even in the witness stand of the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there's nothing we Tuspels would not do. Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passerbys, you know?
Hee, everyone calls me a Peppino, and I sell the spaghetti. It's more red than my head.
Everyone, they call me? No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous.
Oh, Daily, how charming. You've made lots of new friends here, I see.
Yes, and when we're released, we're all going to strike it rich together. So that reflects kind of the Skulkin brothers and Ashley Graydon at the end of the last game, huh? When I was accepted on the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take. And however it might end, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I'd ended up at the dock, there's no one I would have rather defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave karma in your care.
I've made some tea, Naruhodo-san. It's important you rest while you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney, some might say.
Aww. Hey look, I'm in the picture too, see? It's me, Kiro. In the picture. Group picture with everyone. Here, I'll hide myself for the credit sequence so you can enjoy it. brought myself back too early. Oh, look at that. The bonus art at the end of the first game that they added for Chronicles was also Kazuma and Ryunosuke, huh? Well, that was a wild ride, wasn't it? But a fantastic one too. Man, I've never felt like I love the conclusion and the way everything turns out. All the relationships between the characters. Like, on one hand, it leaves me wanting more, but on the other hand, I think this is the perfect way to end it. I don't think they should make another one, as much as I'd like to see what happens to everyone. I kind of wish more of the witnesses appeared during the credits, because there's a lot of witnesses that didn't appear, and I know culprits usually don't appear, ones that are guilty, but there's still a lot of witnesses I would have liked to know what they were doing after the events, and just because I just like seeing what happens to everyone. I also... My only little complaint about this game, other than that, is I wish there were more interesting breakdowns. Like, each case might have only had one breakdown, and sometimes it wasn't super spectacular, depending on which case it was. And I know sometimes the situation was very serious, so it didn't really call for a spectacular breakdown, but it would have been nice even if the non-culprits had breakdowns. Like, in the first case, remember, Yasanosa had a breakdown, and he wasn't the main culprit of that case. It would have been nice to see more witnesses have something of that. Like, during the credit sequence when we walked by Dr. Scythe, she and Maria pulled out, like, their knives. I'm pretty sure she didn't pull out her knives during any of the times that we were talking to her on the stand, right? They should have used that somewhere. Now, when I read the developer notes about this game, they did talk about how they intentionally didn't want to make the breakdown super spectacular, because they didn't want it to be too out there or flamboyant. Remember, Great Ace Attorney 1 came out before Dual Destinies, and then the second game... Oh no, sorry. The first Great Ace Attorney 1 came out after Dual Destinies, but before Spirit of Justice. And then after Spirit of Justice, Great Ace Attorney 2 came out. So they were just... Dual Destinies was the game where they kind of started doing 3D modeling, along with Professor Layton versus Wright. But they were really exploring to make those breakdowns more fantastic and take advantage of the 3D. And if you look at the breakdowns in Dual Destinies, they really make use of 3D things to make those breakdowns happen. Things that you wouldn't be able to do in the Game Boy Advance or DS games that were 2D. So in this game, I understand they want to tone it back a little bit, but it would have been nice to see a few more of those, just because I feel like the funnest part of a case is when you see them break down at the end, right? It's pretty fun. So I kind of wish there were more of that, but I mean, the game is pretty much perfect anyway, so like, I don't really have many complaints about it. I love the characters so much. And I was reading the developer diaries about how when they casted the voice actors, the English voice actors, they asked the European studio to do it because they wanted to be authentic. So, like, people like Ryunosuke, Susato, and like Sogi, or Kazuma, they wanted Japanese Europeans who could bring that to their background. They talked about how Kazuma and Ryunosuke studied English at a university in Japan, while Susato must have studied on her own at home because she was a woman. So in that way, they wanted the voice actors to put a little bit of that background into their characters, and I think, you know, this game doesn't have a ton of voice acting, but I think they did a good job with it. I mean, I do love the Japanese voices, don't get me wrong. Some of my favorite Japanese voice actors, like Hiro Shimono and Yuichi Nakamura, voice characters. Hiro Shimono is Ryunosuke, and Nakamura is Kazuma, which is like, I love those two voice actors and they play two of my favorite characters. But thank you so much for joining me. I know it was a later stream because we decided to do it all in one go. I'm really glad we did though, because it was a very satisfying conclusion. I know, you know, cliffhangers are very not so great all the time, right? I really appreciate it, especially those of you that stayed from the beginning to the end. I know it was a long one, and for those of you that have been coming to my other streams or checking my other videos, super appreciate it. I love you guys for it. When I started doing YouTube videos, when I decided to do this live stream, when I decided to use my live 2D model, I didn't really think I'd get many people really watching. So even having a few people that were regulars or like, you know, enjoying the story with me, listening to my dumb voice, it means a lot to me. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed it. And I'm still be doing some live streams for the next couple days because, as you'll see, there is a special contents menu here. And just to give you a sneak preview of the things that we're going to be showing, is there's accolades, which is the achievements in the game. The gallery is all the like key artwork for all the characters, and they've given annotations from the art director about all the character designs and all the art. And this is special for Chronicles. They didn't have this in the original game. They also have some bonus videos that were shown only in Japan, some of which were promotional videos, so we're going to watch some of that. The auditorium has the Japanese and English voices for all the different voice clips, as well as all the music. There's a few exclusive music tracks that are made exclusively for Chronicles, so I think that'd be pretty cool. There is some DLC outfits. Here, I'll show them off next time. There's also some short extra episodes. These are basically like skits that happen outside of the main canon, but they play just like the games, right? You'll read through them, I'll voice them because they're not voiced, and they're funny and entertaining, so I'll spend a day doing that. And then there's a new set of credits with a new set of music that they've added as well. So look forward to that. Of course, all this stuff will be on my YouTube channel as well, so if you miss it out, you want to check it out later, go ahead and check it out later. I have a ton of stuff there. And other than that, thank you so much again. Good night, everyone, or good day to those of you on the other side of the world. Thank you so much. I'll see you in the next video. Bye-bye.